Greetings, my excellent friends.
I never affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Everybody wants to spin kick a racist. It just isn't considered socially acceptable.
I would argue that that depends on which branch of society you're currently inhabiting, but since you've made me think of it, everybody wants to spin kick a racist. Rain, thank you for the 20 bits. No doubt we should imagine that as lighters in the air. It's cold as fuck. Frosty, it's a good thing you're here, both because your name accurately describes how my skin feels, and also because it's been a while. Binary Run, South Robin, Guanbush, and Ray Rain as well. It is excellent to see you all, but most especially the two of you that just gave me money. This is session 2 of Disco Elysium. Frosty, I don't recall. Did you watch me play this the first time? And if not, do you know anything about this game? I don't know if it's the sort of game that suits you, but it's amazing. So, personally, I think everyone should play it. But, okay, Disco Elysium is mostly a narrative game. It's kind of like reading a book with pictures and dialogue choices. There is no combat. So it's closest to a CRPG like Baldur's Gate or Pillars of Eternity or Planescape Torment, except where Planescape Torment was almost this is the continuation where they're like, you know what, we want to make a game with this kind of style and setting, but we want it to be all about the story and not about the combat, so let's just rip the combat out instead of making it incredibly simple and boring like they did in Planescape. Visual novel meets RPG. Yeah, kinda. Like RPGs, you have a leveling system and a skill system, but the skill set is entirely based on dialogue. Every skill check is a percentage based on how high your points are in that skill. And there's 24 skills, and you will never have enough to be good at all of them. So it's like skill checks as applies to dialogue choices, and it's very clever. But we're 6 hours in, so you've missed the beginning. So you might... I won't say you'd be lost, because this game, you can kind of get sucked in from any point. Its commitment to story is pretty good, but... It's a character-focused game. The protagonist wakes up at the start of the game with his memory missing, and I know that's a cliche, but bear with me, because they've actually made this one good. His memory isn't missing because of a conspiracy. His memory isn't missing because of some sci-fi plot. His memory isn't missing because he's the chosen one. His memory is missing because he's hungover. Fuck, Binary Run, you're right, I need to turn that back on. Thank you, good point. His memory is missing because he drank himself into a cognitive reversal. And obliterated his own mind. He wakes up. He wakes up in a hotel in a city he doesn't know, upon which he is told that he is in the middle of a murder investigation. He is the cop, and there is a dead body hanging from a tree outside that's been there for 7 days, and he should really, really, really get it down. So we're on our way to doing that. In that we just finished spin-kicking a racist in the head. Also, we're a communist, though that's optional. You can be a communist, you can be a capitalist, you can be a centrist, or you could... Oof, God. Sorry about that. Or you can be a fascist if you want everybody to hate you. But this, speaking of fascists, this here is a Measurehead.
The man is still knocked out. He breathes slowly and steadily.
It'll take him a few moments to recover. He's a racist, so we spin-kicked him in the head. Well, we mostly spin-kicked him because we needed to get past him to unlock the harbour, but the fact that he was a racist definitely helped the motivations. Everything good with the overlay? Does it work? There's Twitch integration in this game. Frosty, I don't know if you're using your phone, but on the left hand of my video screen there are two buttons, one of which shows you my skills, and you can have a look at them and read what the skills do and how good I am at them. You can see my points. I'm playing a physical build. We're playing a bruiser with no dexterity. There's also another button which will give you my list of quests, and you can basically just look at my quest list without me having to go look at it for you. So, I don't know if you can do that on your phone. Some people say they could. Some people say they can't. Depends on your phone, I suppose. But, if you can, hooray. I think I'm going to unlock a thought here, because even though I don't have one to put in, I'm going to need to, and I want to make sure I always have a free space. I've got a few skill points at this point. Generally speaking, my first 9 skill points are going to go into these. I very rarely, hold, but until I get more thoughts, I'm not going to unlock anymore. I'm just going to keep the 2 skill points for if I want to throw up a white check. Do I have any white checks that I really want to get back to? I think the Kuno one's available again. I don't know why. It's light, which means I can. Gaston Martin and Rene Arnaud I'd like to try again, both of those, but they're both legendary, so it's difficult. Hanged Man I definitely want to do again, because that's a fun one. A white skill check, if you fail it, is locked, but you can always retry if you get a modifier based on something that happens in the story, or if you level up the skill associated with the check. A red check is once only. Failing a white check is normally not particularly interesting, it just locks something optional. Failing a red check is its own story branch. Because again, you only get one shot, so it's like, succeed or fail, the story will go one of 2 ways. There's some money in here. I don't actually have to... That's the button that opens the harbour door, but you don't have to press it. I think it gets pressed in the actual story beat when you knock out Measurehead. Hello, Gingy as well, by the way, and Gigalore. Yeah, choose your own adventure with Dice Roll, exactly. Topaz as well, hey doing? Yeah, the narrator... I'll give you a hint. If you ever play this yourself, Frosty, and I do recommend it, it's just been updated with full voiceover, which I turned off. And the reason for that is because the narrator sucks. There's 3 versions here, full, psychological, and classic, and the one that I'm using and the one that I recommend for everybody is psychological, because that's basically the mute 90% of the narrator's dialogue mode. All of the characters have full VO, but the narrator won't bark at you, and I'll tell you why that's a problem later on. Once I show you with the example. But let's go in. Svexus as well, hey doing? Yeah, the story doesn't change a lot. It's about changing yourself and your reactions to the story. I still think it's worth a replay, but it's not completely, like... No game, except for the very short ones, are ever going to be completely different on a playthrough too. This game is too long for that, but it gives you different perspectives of the same journey, and that's good enough, in my opinion. Can I click these? Every worker, a member of the board, is written at the top of the flyer. So yeah, we're heading into the harbour to meet with the dock workers union who are on strike. And we need help from them to get the body out of the tree. Oh god, where's... There it is. This door is locked and cannot be opened from this side without a pass card. Oh, I'm actually stuck in here now. Guess you have no choice but to talk to the union leader. Cool! This is a Dewey typewriter. The model name is on the back. As usual for a game like this, press tab to highlight all the clickables that aren't already highlighted. A standard office file cabinet. The drawers seem to be locked. This is our partner, Frosty. His name's Kim, and he is amazing.
Yes?
Kim agrees that he is amazing. Someone left the coffee machine on. The dark liquid in the pot looks almost sentient. Now you see how that was a little purple thing on my head? That refers to the psyche branch of skills. The more points you have in skills, the more likely they are to chime in. If you have no points in a skill, or 1 point, they'll very rarely offer you any insight. But if you have tons, then there's a lot of little passive skill checks that decide whether or not a skill is going to talk to you or not, and it's very interesting. Which again is a reason why I recommend replaying this, because it's not just the choices you make, it's also the way the game talks to you. The narrator is one thing, but the skills each have their own sort of voice that talks to you in your head. Which is why I turned the narrator's voice off, because he delivers them all in the same tone of voice, and it's very awkward. Did I ever look at this guy's tattoo photo? I don't think I did. Lieutenant Kitsuragi snapped this photo of the hanged man's tattoos. It displays the intricate web of blue lines stretching across his torso. You have to admit it looks quite cool. I can't remember if I interacted with this. This is the dead man. Photo of tattoos. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time the lines interact, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. It still kind of looks like a map of the stars in the night sky, but something's not right. Who are you? Gone. What's the meaning of this tattoo? For you to discover. You've gotten as far as you will without assistance. Put the photo away. You think you'll need to either watch the VOD or play it to yourself? Do you mean, like, as in before you can enjoy this now? Or do you mean, like, when we're done here? Because I wouldn't say that you'll be spoiled, because we're in day 1 and this game has like 8 days in it, so you won't ruin anything for yourself if you stick around. But if you feel like you can't, that's fine too. There's a postcard. That's just for the pawn shop. That'll give me some money, which is good because I'm going to need some. Magnesium. That's some morale medicine. Glasses. +1 to Viscalc, -1 to Drama. Eye of the Reckoner, but it's a bit dry. These were stuffed in the Dockworkers Union office. Perfect for scribbling down paperwork when the sun tries to get in your eye. Good for staring down suspects, too. I'll put that on, because I like Viscalc. Although I have a permanent fucking debuff to it, unfortunately, thanks to my communism. On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly clothe one of these drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Esprit de Corps. Let's see what's inside, he thinks. Esprit de Corps is my understanding of the police force. Spirit of the company, I think, is what it translates to. It's my cop sense skill. Open the drawer. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. We'll browse through. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. 2 kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Mundi, Grad, and even Ilmara. The other thing is, this is in a kind of... someone called it modern punk. It's like a... rather than a fantasy world or a sci-fi world, it's a made-up modern world with some technological differences, but people wear clothes that we recognize. People listen to music that we recognize. People, you know, say words that we recognize, and some that we don't. But the cities, the nations, the fabric of society is all different. Kind of. The political ideologies are still the same, but, for example, communism, instead of having Karl Marx, they have a guy named Krasmazov. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol: Couron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock, all listed among the many districts where imports are being sold. Anything interesting? It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry. For a 42% chance, we can force ourselves to go through it. What we could do is we could take some of our morale medicine, because that's directly tied to our volition. If we go back up to 3 volition, then we've got a 58% chance instead. Let's give it a shot. Half and half chance of getting whatever info we can get out of this. Half and half chance of hitting a wall. Bump. Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are. How unwieldy your own willpower is to yourself. You're like an absurdist Samaran monk focusing through not focusing. That was a low fucking roll. Alright, 2 and a 3. Could I actually focus through not focusing? You're a police officer, not a spiritual healer. You can focus the normal way by turning your attention to something and not letting go. If I let my eyes go completely out of focus, all the shapes will start melting into one another.
Is that what you're doing with those folders over there?
Yes.
Right. This is probably not relevant to our case. After all, we're not investigating an accounting mystery.
We are investigating whatever I happen to catch. That's good. All right, so the choices I made there gave me a modifier. We get a +1 because we're focusing our thoughts by not focusing. Still less than 3/4 chance of managing it, and it won't let me try again, but after this, but we'll give it a go. Ah! Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. Frosty, do you reckon you could give that a go? You're a trained accountant, right? Or Nitrek? If the two of you work together, I don't know if you have any logistics between you, but maybe you could solve this. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer. It's kind of like a window into this dude's psyche. He's constantly talking to himself, and he's very self-deprecating. But yeah, look at the note. Also, you don't get to choose what this guy looks like. I have to say that because a guy with long hair and facial hair is pretty much what I'd pick. No, I'm just lucky here. You're not an accountant, you're an economist. Sorry. It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, and more banners! All items on the list have been crossed out and the note itself is crumpled. Look, Kim, a to-do note with a list of errands.
Claire,
For
probably.
Everard.
The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
Oh.
What's so special about this borscht? Code for drugs, booze, blood?
Electrochemistry is the voice of my inner drug addict. Take another look at the note. Well, we have the special borscht. Not much else. The drawer slides shut smoothly. And some of these skill checks will give you fucking nothing for passing them too. It's very true to life. Not every doorway leads to a secret. There's a book. Interesting. I don't remember this. The leading intellectual organ of Martinet's communism. Ooh! Is that new? Offers a radical Mazovian perspective on a range of contemporary issues. The cover features a stylized portrait of the late King Frizzle with a pair of white antlers growing out of his head. I'm going to wait to read this because reading books takes time. This game is an interesting time system. It doesn't tick. It ticks when you talk or when you interact. I can stand here forever and it will be 5:49 in the afternoon, evening. But the more I interact with the world, time will slowly tick, and eventually I will run out of time in day 1 and have to go to day 2, which isn't a problem, but I'd like to get to through the harbour tonight. So we are going to look at that book. It's best to look at books at night time anyway, because that's when Kim leaves. And you don't need him for books. He doesn't really... he doesn't interact with you when you're reading, because you're reading, not him. Punch clock payphone. An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change. Give it 10 cents. The machine swallows your coin. Seems to be waiting for your next move. Let your muscle memory dial a random number. Not what I'm good at. Okay, we'll give it a shot. Jesus Christ! I got a crit success! Why? Why do I get a crit success on this shit? Could I not get a crit success on something important? Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005, that's the dialing code for Rivershaw. 4952, and a moment of hesitation before entering the final numbers 993. Calling. Calling. Still calling. Then...
Video Revershaw, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lammy. How may I help you?
Oh good, I called a Blockbuster. What is this place?
Video Revershaw is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lammy.
No, I mean, what is this place to me?
Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you rent videos here.
Do you know me?
No.
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 Why did I call you?
Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period?
Maybe, but I don't even know my name.
If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main. I can't help you over the phone. Are we done?
On the corner of Voyager and Main, a large neon sign hangs on the side of a building. Video Revachol, 24 hours. It is raining, and there is no sign, there is almost no traffic on the street. A woman's footprints in the mud lead away from the front door. Tiny heels tiptoeing down the road. Beautiful steps, light-footed, with a lifetime ahead of them. You look up, and the air seems to grow darker. Suddenly you feel like you don't want to hear about video rentals anymore. You don't want to hear about any of it. It was all shit. It's over. What was all shit? It. Kim, I feel sad about Video Revachol 24 hours.
That's enough for you today. Let's conclude this call.
We're done. Hang up the phone. Our character is also dealing with some stuff. There's a lot of things that he has forgotten that he does not want to remember and that the different pieces of his mind desperately wish to keep from him. It's fun in a terrifying kind of way. Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. The white rectangle of the Revachol Citizens Militia is clearly visible on its back. This is your cloak. You can feel it. Lieutenant, I think that's mine.
Yes, it does bear the RCM insignia, and we are the only detectives in Martinez.
You think I should get it?
The service cloak issued to you by your station? Yes, I do.
Okay. As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels like the cloak wants to deliver a message of comfort through your fingertips. I will shield you from the elements and give my life for yours. That is what the cloak is saying. Oh yeah, excellent artwork for like all of the skills. Like, Authority is basically a Frankenstein man. Half-light as a terrified demon. Pain Threshold looks like Junko Enoshima in the beginning of Danganronpa 1. Hand-eye coordination is a bunch of hands. Savoir-faire is that. Rhetoric appears to be spewing out a bone. Volition is kind of a twisted crown. It's got some style, is what I'm saying. We can... I think this is... Yeah, this replaces the jacket, and it's like, it's a straight buff, because we go from +1 Esprit de Corps to +1 Esprit de Corps and Shivers. So, an RCM patrol cloak made from heavy tarpaulin. It would be nigh wind and waterproof if there weren't 3 bullet holes scattered on the surface. The signature white rectangle of the RCM covers the garment's back. Taking back the streets, know thy neighborhood. Shivers is the best skill in the game, because it's basically supernatural. It's you being in touch with the city. You get weird... you get weird flashes of, like, the truth. It's excellent. It's excellent. Now, we can't access this stuff here just yet. I'd need to come at this from a different direction, but we can look here. Collecting rainwater. See, that's... A lot of people don't like Disco Elysium's ending. I think those people were misguided as to what to expect. If you think this game is about solving the mystery, you're not correct, really. The only mystery you're solving is the mystery of your own mind. Numerous empty bottles of Commodore Red and potent Pilsner. Some stuff happened here. This is the Night Watchman's booth. The name on the door reads René Arnois. We've met him. Volition failure. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather. Have a seat. Rest. The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat, secured to the stiles by black ribbons. Breathe deep. Stale air floods through your nostrils. Not a single mote of dust floats inside your lungs, though. The inside of the booth is immaculate. Search for a little something to help you out. The drawers are empty, save for old-time sheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold some cheap painkillers. They're slightly out of date. Kim, would you mind if I helped myself to some meds?
I'm not here to tell you what to do, Detective.
Read the side effects. Oh,
I never
boy!
affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Where to start? Elevated risk of dementia, mini-strokes, prophet's disease, sudden death, hair death, erectile malfunction, critical flatulence, watery blood, black mucus, uncontrollable weeping, increased sensitivity to opera, inoperable joint disorder, total spinal collapse. Maybe this was a bad idea. Take the painkillers. Hypnogamma and Nosifed. Very good. You take the painkillers. They are yours now. You stand and exit the booth. Gigalore has gifted a sub to South Robin. Thank you very much. So this is where Renee works. I'm going to look around.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean, their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in the street fair. The man, Renee, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young, very pretty. She's smiling playfully at the camera.
Why did you take that picture of René?
I'm making an artistic photo collage, Kim! No, I'm a cop. It's instinctual to collect evidence.
Fine. But let's move. I don't want to be seen snooping around here.
I don't have my... I think it's because I didn't turn on the... Let's reset. I want to get my buttons back for the Twitch integration. Is it still... Oh, it's not it's not on. Why? What? Why have you turned it... Hang on. Let's just... I'll get it off the camera for a second. Let me get this running again, shall I? I must have to reset it every time. Which isn't terrible, but... There we go. Now I have buttons. They also infinite video game pockets, yes, and thank you for the follow, Tarky 7007. White pine trees are printed onto the screen covering. Looks like a forest under snow. That makes sense. Wild Pines is the company. Oh shit. See? Wild Pines. Am sorry, says Tarky. You're sorry you followed me? Well, if it isn't the most polite stalker I've ever heard of. A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrêt are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marche on. Arrêt off. We will press on. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. They've taken out the incredibly loud noise that used to make. That's good. And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled. Its purpose? What do you mean? Moving this container, of course. For this purpose it was built. For this purpose it has acted. And now it will rest.
I can't see how that was worth the ruckus, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Press arrêt. The crane does not return to its original position. It does not move at all. Boom, boom. We have a crane now. Well, not crane. We have a shipping container now. You see faded industrial lettering on the platform. Kvalsund. Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard. Lieutenant, I think there's something special about this container.
You do? Because I don't.
What? Why not?
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
It was hanging from the crane.
You just picked one out because you wanted to interact with a cargo container.
Stop psychoanalyzing me. You're not my bloody therapist. You're my partner.
We're not here to interact with containers. We are here to get the body down from the tree.
Knock on the door. Open the door. Open the door. You attempt to turn the handle, but to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly. Nothing to do for now. Yeah, Kim, you're not Deadpool.
Yes?
I'm glad you agree, Kim. So the container shall remain closed. For now. There. The shipyard ahead is oddly quiet. The great machines are sleeping. Pile of cargo belts used for heavy lifting. One says Vermilion. This speaker tower is silent. There is no work to organize in the yard below. Gloves. Gloves that give you half-light instead of interfacing. I prefer interfacing to half-light. Plus I'm already good at half-light, don't need to be better at it. Industrial-sized thermos. Smells like burnt coffee. Money, money, money. Lots of money. Very good. The banner sags under the weight of rain and snow. White waves on red. Sings, "Container! Container! Container!" I'll let him take it away. God, he could fall to his death sitting there. Like, I don't know how long that drop is. I can't see the bottom. But even if it's like not as far, like if you smack your head against this on your way down, like Jesus, dude, not safe, not safe, not safe. Where's his voice acting? God damn it! Don't mute us for the singing. Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on. The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi. From the vanishing peninsula of Ubisunt on Mundi.
Container, container,
There he is.
used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
The tiny man is so engaged in his work that he doesn't even notice you. Do not interrupt the little man in his joyous activity. Oh, of course we will. Hi!
Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister? I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
A shadow passes over his kind face. What is it with you people and scabs?
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat.
He doesn't seem to be waiting for you to answer. Okay, so the game's still a bit buggy with its voice acting. I think if I had full, then that would still play, but psychological is occasionally muting some things it shouldn't mute. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. You're UB, right?
Oh yes, born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then, too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No sir, those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
What are you doing with the containers?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes I am, yes I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
He waves at the containers towering behind him. What's going on here? Look at the mountains of containers rising behind him. We are not possessed of a great amount of logic, but we will try. The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountain rising behind Leo is all red in Union covers. It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core. So, this looks like a massive redecorating operation, Kim.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
Leo, has anyone told you why you need to change the covers?
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone.
Thanks, Leo. You've been very helpful.
Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all.
The little guy affirms merrily. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me the big things because I go and tell them to everyone, he says to the two fucking police officers. They just wandered in and started asking questions. Where is everyone, Leo? The harbor's empty.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in.
He leans in with a confidential look.
We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate.
Oh, that's right. Measurehead's real name is Jean-Luc. Can you imagine Picard as a giant tattooed racist?
But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
Jean-Luc Dickhard. No, that'd be the porn name. But, damn, Blue Moon. Way to make an entrance tonight! Leo stops, but he seems eager to tell you more. Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble, and Everard sent them on a vacation. What kind of trouble did Titus and his friends get into?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business.
He smiles and leans closer.
Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
Uh-huh, but what did they actually do?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. Well, that's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Leo, what kind of a fight did they get into? Did they, I don't know, kill a mercenary? No, let's not be direct. Okay, Leo, let's hear about this fight. Oh, no, not the fight you got it. Oh, well, okay, we will ask this. I don't want to hear about fucking Leo's. Actually, is this a trick? If we get him to elaborate on his own, will he then If we listen to him and be patient, will he then tell us more? What? Chat decide. Let's set the vote up. 1 or 2. You should be able to hit a vote button on the screen, I think. Maybe. Took a while for any of them to come through there. Alright. Let's hear about this fight you got into, Leo.
I remember I was the runt of the class. The bigger boys always used to pick on me. You see, I had a bit of a temper back in the day. Flew off the handle like nobody's business. But Mr. Everett and his brother always came to help. Once they beat old Noel Becker so bad he needed stitches on his head. Noel never started another fight with anyone after this. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar are real nice guys, mister. You should go talk to Mr. Everett. I'm sure you'll be good friends. He's friends with everyone around here.
Damn it. Alright, he didn't go into any... can we do the conversation again and go the other half?
Oh, most were on a strike.
So, no.
No, but Titus and his boy, him and his boy stirred up something in town.
Really? Did they kill
Probably
someone?
drank too much. No, I don't think they killed anyone. Let's better talk about something else. Titus and his boys do good work. I don't want to get them in trouble over a little drinking.
Do you work here?
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo.
Good to meet you, Leonard Bellend. The little man raises his hand in a welcoming gesture.
I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Hold on, who is Miss Beaufort?
Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly. But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood, knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure. If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years she has.
He sighs and falls silent, watching you meekly with his blue eyes. I think you're doing a great job around here, Leo.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
The lieutenant smiles at the little man.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really.
You didn't think it was possible, but the smile becomes even wider.
Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright.
Are you the Leo who wrote the note to make more banners?
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
What was that about the borscht?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started.
The little guy chuckles merrily.
It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns little guys into dogfighters. Alcohol, however.
What do you mean by taking this soup to the men? Is it for striking?
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
Who makes it at the whirling?
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
Okay, I will investigate the spiked borscht in the name of experience points.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
Wait, are you being condescending to me now? What's in that container over there, pointing to the one suspended from the crane arm that we just lowered?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Told you.
Shut up. I'm looking for the leader of the Dockworkers Union.
Oh, you want Mr. Everard then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys.
Easy now, Leo. I just want to know where I can find this man.
Oh, Mr. Everard is where he always is. In his office, of course.
He points to the 2 joint containers on your right.
Bye-bye now.
Yes, Everard is actually just right in here. We don't have to talk to Leo at all. We can just walk into this big hole. But at least I thought we could. Where's the door? Like, where's the clickable? What the fuck? Can't talk.
Yes?
Why is... There we go! Okay. I was hitting the highlight... You saw that, right? Kim was highlighting, but these weren't? And they weren't clickable? Like, this whole area is supposed to be clickable, but I was walking around in it without actually being allowed to go through. That was a worrying bug. Don't like to see that. If that didn't stick... or unstick, then I might not have been able to play the game again. Alright. The coffee in the giant thermoses is still lukewarm. A stair made of pallets leading up. A taxidermy fish that tells the time. And Everard Clare. Here we go.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you.
God, I hate this narrator.
With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Let's get straight to business. There's a dead body in a tree. Let's get down to business. There's a body in the tree. Should we take him down now? He's been there for a week. South Robin, what's wrong now? This entire playthrough is just you shouting no at me for every decision I make. Oh, you just don't like Everard. Okay. There's a body in a tree.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat.
My name is Everard Clare, and I am nasal. That is my entire personality. Everything comes straight through the nose.
He gestures to a tiny chair opposite to his giant desk.
I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez.
Voiced by Bargain Bin David Mitchell.
The man relaxes into his chair and continues.
I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
Yeah, I'm with you. Standing up is a bitch, but don't know that I believe that you literally can't. Composure. He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
The lieutenant nods at you and then the chair. Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name. Why are you calling me Mr. Dubois?
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Filter it out. So do we take the seat? I'm not going to leave, but do we take the seat or do we insist on not taking the seat? I think I'd rather insist on not taking it, but I will ask what you people think. If anyone's voting today. It doesn't look like anyone is. I don't know if that means one person hit number 2 or like a bunch of people hit number 2. But I agree. I don't sit. It's kind of my thing.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions.
As he nods, his multiple chins move like ocean waves.
I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level.
Well, in that case, I'll just lean forward then.
Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
He turns back to his typewriter. You're no titan of volition, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave. Damn! 2 points off of being able to challenge him on that. Fuck it, I'll leave. I want to see if this makes a difference. If I just leave, I just exit and then go back in. Does that make a difference? Probably not. Though I do think you can, like, finish this game without ever speaking to Everard if you're, particularly stubborn about it. You know, it's especially weird. I've got my stream preview on the other monitor. Whenever I hit a loading screen, this game black screens a few times. Like, proper black screen. Like the monitor itself is off for a second black screen. Doesn't do it on any other game that I've played on this monitor at all. But, yeah, I know, that's what I'm getting at. Whenever I go to a loading screen, there's about 2 or 3, about 3, black screens, and one of them happens right when it's over. But it doesn't happen on the stream preview. In fact, the stream preview gives the game back to us before I get to see it. Like, I can see the next stage loading up and appearing on stream with my face while I'm still in a black screen for like another second and a half. So if you're wondering why every time I load into a new area, I take a second before I start moving, it's because you get there before me.
Mr. Dubois, I hope time is on your side this time. Please, take a seat.
I'd rather stand.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
Come on.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, should you find your...
Still won't work. Alright, take a seat. It's the same. I think that passive check is locked, too. Take a seat.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
He gives you a sly wink. Alright, we'll take a vote on this. Remain serious, try to wink back, or... Damn, this chair is uncomfortable. How do we feel? What sort of emotional set do we want to take? We will wink back. We'll try to.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
This chair is incredibly uncomfortable. Fortunately, your ass is made of iron, and the chair is made of wood. Iron beats wood. You manage not to shift around too much.
By the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say.
Yep, he's charging me 30 real just to exist.
This should take care of that nonsense.
He points to a giant novelty check on his desk. It is absolutely comically huge.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
He points at it again.
Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money. Think of all the stuff you could...
Wait, you know Guard?
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
Thank you, Everard. Take the comically large check. Take the comically large check, but don't say anything. Keep it I'm good, leave the check, or you can take that comically large check and shove it up your ass! I mean, I do kinda need the money. I have 12, and I owe Gart 30. Last time I played this, I knocked it back. I'm not getting it from Kim. I don't want to get it from Kim. I did that last time. But sure, let me just do a survey as to what the group feels like as to whether I should take Everard. I feel like it's in keeping with my, you know, this is the sellout stream. Here, I'm gonna press the button now. 1 or 2 for taking it, 3 or 4 for not taking it. I guess I'll just sort of combine the results, so don't worry if you all, you know, spread it out too much, but either one for take or leave. There you go. Vote now or forever hold your conscience. Holy shit. Well, nobody wants to thank him. I like that. I just don't believe it. Sell out with me, oh yeah. Sell out with me tonight. Everyone except South Robin wants me to take the money, so everything's gonna be alright.
Is there anything you'd like to say to me? Or...
No. No, it's cool. You've got integrity. Note that isn't 25 real. It's a check. I don't know how to use that.
Cool? I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized novelty check to a cafeteria manager. But, sure, if that's what's cool nowadays. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter.
Oh, yeah?
Your lost gun.
What?
Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
For that what?
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun.
The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun. Do we keep our cool? What do we do? Vote again. I'm not worried I got this. I would appreciate any help you could provide. Or, how do you know about my lost gun? Kept cool is what everybody thinks. I'm not worried. I got this.
Are you all right, Harry? You say you got this, but you seem a little anxious to me. Don't be. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
Do we give it a go? Holy shit, that is a bad check. So, it evens out because we took the novelty check, but we didn't thank him for it. But we still have a -2. I don't know what side effect... oh, it's because we were looking at the... Let's look at the side effects of the thing at the... Wow, that was a while ago. Jesus, this game doesn't forget. The chair is killing you, but your ass is iron. What do you guys want? We want safety. I'm impressed. I'm legitimately impressed. 2 out of 5 people want to see me fail a panic check. Kim. Kim.
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Oh, fuck! That's just rude. God, you're sweating. Your knees jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are going to shoot themselves with it. Oh my god, we were 1 away from the crit success. No, I am not about to cry.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
Yeah, have you looked in a mirror lately, Everard? What is this Mr. Dubois he keeps repeating? What is he trying to pull here? You need to cool the fuck down. Chill.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
The large man snaps his fingers, but to no effect. You're in some stupor. There are no Harrys. Let your mind go to your safe place.
Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow in a kind of throwing motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois! I don't know. Many choices, none of them are cool. Yeah, I could use a glass of water.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time. And I'm an extremely busy man, as I'm sure you are too.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Aren't you going to ask me how I got in?
Am I going to ask? Hell, Harry. You spin-kicked my strongest man in the face. I saw it from my window. Would you ask a man like that how he got into your container yard?
You don't have a window. Wait, no. I am a terrifying death machine, or you don't have a window? Don't pick 2. I'm not going to select 2, because 2 is boring. Fine, fine. I'm a death machine. Jeez. Personally, I would have just happily, picked apart his story.
Don't worry, Harry. Between you and me, I'm not a huge fan of his race thing. But the Union did not get where we are today by frowning on eccentricity.
I'm not a huge fan of his race thing. Dude.
Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
Why did you call me Mr. Dubois?
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
So that's my name?
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
Oh, my memory's fine. I was just testing you.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently, my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out. With my big fat folder.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
The lieutenant inspects Everard over his spectacles.
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Let me get this straight. What is my full name?
It's Harry. Harry Dubois.
Okay, I like it. I can work with that.
And I can work with you, Harry. Now, what else can I do for you?
Do you know where I live?
But of course, Harry. Your precinct is the 41st and you live in Jamrock. You're a Jamrock boy. A long way from home, but that's okay.
That's very vague, Everard. Do you know anything about my family? Do I have a wife or kids, or...
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry?
Never mind the family.
Family, Harry, is the most important thing in the world.
What kind of cop does it say I am?
Harry, you're not simply a cop, you're a star. A bright shining star in the drab law enforcement sky, outshining all other stars. You're a superstar.
You don't know who you are. That's what I like about you, Everard. You get me.
Of course I do, Harry. And I'm gonna help you shine. I'm gonna put you on all the big stages. Your name in giant neon letters. Harry Dubois.
The giant neon sign reading Harry Dubois hanging from the Kvalsund crane can be seen all the way to Jamrock. Somewhere in Morova, a beautiful woman sees the bright glow on the horizon and says to herself, "Oh my God, I shouldn't have left him." Where did you get that folder?
Ah, this?
Yeah.
My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
Right.
I find that very suspicious.
Yeah.
May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
So I want to test this. I want to test this temporary thing. I think if I hit this button, you guys can make one of my stats go up and make one of my stats go down. And I think the last time we tried it didn't work. But if you guys can increase my intellect, then this check might be easier. Increase my intellect. You have to decrease something as well, but increase my intellect. You know, if I can trust you. What did you all do? I think that's correct, but does it work? Did that go up? Did that go from 42 to 58? I think it did. But that's pretty good. I gotta do it now, though, before it runs out. Have another look at the folder. 58% chance. Kim suspects something. Fuck! Everart's large hands are covering the folder, but the look on his face says, "I know everything about you, Harry." I got nothing to hide.
Oh, Harry. Oh, wow. This is really something.
He peeks into the folder as if it's harder to turn away from the mysteries inside.
I'm sure it's not that bad. At worst, he has an old RCM folder, and I very much doubt even that.
So how about it, Harry? You need assistance, I presume?
Let's talk of other matters for a moment.
Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. You wanted something from me. Let's hear it, Harry. Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not
So you're
linger
wondering why I
on
did
personal
that?
details and amnesia. You wanted something from me.
Whenever you've clicked on something before, it goes from bright orange to dark orange, but sometimes when you finish a conversation branch the first time, the go back to it is different than the go to it originally, so it lights up, and so I click on it just to set it in my head as something I've already been down. Otherwise it doesn't look like I've been there before. Let's do the dead body last. Let's talk about my lost gun.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
This voice actor isn't the best. It's an okay basis. Like, this is a good voice for Everard Clare. The problem is the guy's delivery is very static. Every single line is in the same tone. It's almost robot-y. It's kind of like the same problem that a raider has, but a bit more focused. It's like, "Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every..." Like, put a bit of nuance into it. Like, it could be, "Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort. The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage. Hold on, could he really hold my gun hostage? Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it. I will not be blackmailed with this gun business.
Harry, Harry! I was only trying to be tactful. A lost gun is a dangerous thing. I can't have it around in my neighborhood. Kids could be playing gun roulette with it as we speak. Teenage
Gun
gangs
roulette?
could be arming themselves. Get a hold of yourself, Harry.
I assure you, we are working on locating the missing sidearm as well.
So actually, completed track down my gun. We don't have it, but we know where the direction it lies is in. The Lieutenant is concerned about the lost gun and feels the fact you haven't prioritized looking for it is unfortunate, if inevitable, and doesn't put the RCM in a good light.
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. Looks like we have a friendly gun-finding competition on our hands.
I want to talk about the hanging.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to help, like I'm helping you with your lost gun. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me.
I sense there is a butt coming larger than the one sitting on your giant chair.
But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors.
Kim, is that true? Are we door-opening machines?
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
Does this jiggling ooze think he's going to use you? He's got another thing coming. Play his game, son, with your eyes peeled. He's going to slip up, and when he does, you're going to come out on top.
Why don't you just open it yourself?
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
He's not wrong.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
What'll it be? Whose door is it?
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about.
What do you mean by a weasel, Everard?
A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly.
He removes his glasses and rubs his nose.
Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you.
He puts his glasses back on. I bet you don't even know anything about the hanging.
Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
Damn it, fine, I'll look into it. We need to talk about that murder.
Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level.
He flicks his fingers.
You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker, too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry.
Yeah, what is it, Columbo? He smiles, obviously satisfied with how well he planned this all out.
Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
I'm looking into your shady brew.
I don't know what that means, Harry. Shady brew? There are so many moving parts in my operation, I can't keep track of them all.
The borscht, the whirling borscht.
You know what? Don't even tell me. Whatever it is, do it. Surprise me. Just one thing. If you can, make it even shadier.
What's in the container that's outside your office?
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbour. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them.
There's something special about it. It was attached to the Kvalsund crane.
Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it. Could you help me get a dead body down from a tree?
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafeteria.
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in this matter?
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
You're a community leader. Help your community out.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values.
He licks his fat lips and smiles.
But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you.
He picks up a handset of a radio phone to his right and then clicks a button.
Jean-Luc, the cop who bested you in physical combat is here, and he has a little dead body in a tree problem. Namely, he needs it to be taken down. Please extend him this courtesy. You can find Luke down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you, now that he's back on his feet.
Oh, good! We have to talk to the super racist again. Everard, I'm going to leave now, but we might talk again later.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Great! Wouldn't want to get stuck in here.
Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry.
This 20 by 50 centimeter check looks like it's meant to be handed over ceremoniously at a gala-like event. It supposedly exchanges for 25 real at your local Fritz store. Below the number, a careful hand has written the word Constable's rent. All of it. Note. Worthless in a pawn shop. Interesting though, because I owe him 30 and that was as low as he could push it. I wonder if like the Everard of it all means that Gart would take that check even if it was 130 that was owed. Maybe I shouldn't have abused my authority on Gart if I was going to take this option. But yeah, there's a few places you can get money. And I wanted to try a version that wasn't taking it from Kim. If you're completely out of ideas and you don't have the money at the end of the day, Kim will take something out of his car and sell it to the pawn shop.
Yes?
It sells for 200 riol, but he only gives you whatever you need to pay guard. South Robin, do you really think I was going to just ignore it and walk out? Because I will now. It's probably not going to work this early, though. Persuade the door to open. This is an interesting check because it will get easier and easier as the game goes on. I think on day 2 you get a buff, and then on day 5 you get another buff on top of the buff. So always try it, because you'll always get it unlocked again without having to do any work. Still, it's very unlikely. Do we have any... We have no changes to our rhetoric at all here. No, we have no ways to buff our rhetoric. We could have a smoke. That will buff our rhetoric by 1. Is it worth it? worth taking a health damage? I suppose it is, because our health is ginormous. It won't matter? Oh, you're mathsing it, aren't you? Impossible 18. How much do you need to get it above 3%? I don't really look into I don't look at the skeleton of this thing. You're the first person who's, like, noticed the actual numbers. It does tell you the numbers if you look for them, but... I need 7, oh god. Well, I mean, that's only +4. It's not hard to get. No, it's not always a fail. Very low 3%. The 6-6 will always win. Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric? Because getting physical wasn't an option.
Because what wasn't an option?
Using my body over my wits.
Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that after hours.
Do whatever I want, Kim. A composite eye of halogen lights watches you, emitting a low buzz. But yeah, we come back here as the game continues for more chances. Plus, yeah, over time, not only will we get the passive buffs, we will also probably have clothes that boost rhetoric. It's more doable than it looks from there. There will be time, my friends. Ooh, is that clickable? Numerous empty wine bottles glisten in the rain. Someone partied really, really hard here. Wait, how hard? Well, they went through 6 bottles of potent Pilsner, 3 bottles of Commodore Red, and almost 4 packs of cigarettes. It must have been pretty hard. Did I do this?
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you.
I'm still not completely convinced it was me.
I am, but it doesn't matter right now. Let's just move on.
We actually can pick up each of these. So I want to see if I can turn the check in at the frit, but I also kind of don't, because if I turn it in for 25 real, then that's all I get. Whereas if I give it to Gart, I think he takes it as the whole rent. So I'm going to try both, but I'm going to save scum. Okay. Anything else here? No. And we can get out through this door now. Hooray. But yeah, there's 3 ways to get into the harbour. The first time. One of them is spin kick the racist. One of them is listen to the racist. If you subscribe to Measurehead's racial theory, and by that I mean to like listen, you know, you pretend to subscribe to it, but you just listen to it in full. You can get past, and you can also find your way up to the back way, get up to here, and then jump from the top of this building to there. Usually, I prefer to spin kick the racist.
So, how'd you like our harbor?
Labor Utopia.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains.
He notes solemnly, then turns to you, a wide smile adorning his face.
Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
Everett said you have a key to a door.
A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open?
Said it belonged to a weasel.
Oh, say no more. I got you.
He taps the side of his nose with a little wink.
I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
I'm not opening this door for myself. I'm opening it for all working men.
I knew this man was a commie. And it's a good thing you're doing too. Thanks. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter.
His gaze wanders off into the distance.
None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess.
Anything else I should know about this task? This weasel person? When he'll be home?
I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
A philosophical dock worker. Who he is and what they're fighting for? This is interesting. Why are you striking?
We're negotiating our share.
Your share?
Aye.
How large a share would you like?
All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process.
Are you a communist?
No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't.
But the stuff you do aligns admirably well with the World Republic. Why not call yourself a communist?
I have nothing against communists. They are honorable boyaderos. And they have good analysis. But my own code serves me well. If my code starts failing, a code can fail a man as well as a man can fail a code, then I will have to submit to a new one, which may well be communism.
Sounds like you're a communist who thinks he isn't doing enough to call himself one.
See, I am primarily a lazy person.
He looks very amused, as if thinking about some private joke or mystery. The boss man, Evrard, what can you tell me about him?
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman.
What does bossing the union entail, anyway?
I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties, watches out for his own.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this world, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish.
The desk seemed pretty lavish to me.
He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway. And moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
You seem to have spent a lot of time thinking about the political situation.
Sure. I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
He spreads his arms wide, using the reach to show how much time he has. Animals, trap, 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 till the cage is full. The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most important thing. It all comes together now, the way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He is a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian Boyadero code, itself an appropriation of Vespertine cool. That of a noble peasant or travelling herdsman, true to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends. Maybe I am a Boyadero. No. I could. No.
The man sits on the railing,
Okay.
his hands reaching far and wide. Yet it feels as if he could effortlessly go even wider, if need be. An endless torrent of time.
Shut up, narrator! Any idea who killed the hanged man?
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
The harbour is a prime area of suspicion. In your opinion, are the dock workers involved in the killing?
What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course.
Pushed how?
Your dead guy was an enemy combatant.
Hold up, what does that mean?
He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
Did you kill him?
I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
He means a more violent faction could easily take care of such a thing.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not my search.
He takes a sip from his flask. Good talking to you. Gotta run, gotta run. Alright. We'll get to Measurehead and the body, but like I said, I wanted to see if I could sell the check in Frit, and I also want to talk to him to see if he reacts to my knocking out Measurehead.
Went native on the chief, huh? Those ballerina antics were reckless. Should have just punched him in the throat again.
Wrong. You did the right thing with Measurehead. The ballerina antics won you the fight.
Let's talk about our right to work.
Nope. Alright. Just to see if it's true. To see if... Oh, does this guy react to me knocking out the racist?
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Fuck off, racist. Let's just see.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
Yeah, I need to exchange this novelty check for cash. Give her the novelty check and gain 25 real.
Wow. I didn't know you worked for the Union, sir.
She rolls up the giant novelty check, looks like she's seen it before, and slips it under the counter.
Anything else I can do for you?
Blow the whole thing on speed and gin. Right now, speed and gin. Great combo. Ask some local dealers, maybe.
I will ask this. I am going to reload my game, though, because I don't want to give it to her. I want to give it to Gart. But does Frit have a warehouse in the back of the Whirling in Rags?
A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
Come on, give me something to work with here.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
She turns back to her magazine without waiting for you to respond.
A warehouse?
She scrunches.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. A warehouse?
She scrunches up her face into an expression of consummate adolescent skepticism.
Park life!
Fine.
We'll go back. This racist... Yeah, the two racists don't agree. Yeah, they have different ideas of who's better. You'd think all the racists would see eye to eye, but... You can have the exact same line of thought, but if it applies to a different group, nope.
Do not presume this has drastically altered our race dynamique.
God of martial arts, or just something I had to do? $80-20. I knocked you out like a god of martial arts.
True. I said nothing about our personal dynamic. That has altered a little.
Do we want to subscribe to his... Nope. Everard told you to help us get the body down from the tree. It's really annoying at me as a completionist that exists, because I don't want to hit it. Get the body down from the tree. We will ignore the opportunity to adopt racism.
So it was. You bested me in race combat to reach my superior, then had him give me an order. I salute your cunning, enemy. I will go and remove the body from the tree. with my bare hands.
You're so noble, Measurehead.
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you. Both of you.
Lieutenant, what if we don't want to do that?
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it on ourselves. I can live with a compromise.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mysterious race may yet prove fierce competition to my heroic haplogroup.
I really want to throw you off the harbor, mate. Okay, then.
Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
And as far as I'm aware, there is literally no other option. Once you have failed to shoot the body down, the body will not come down unless you do this. I don't believe there is any other recourse in that department.
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as he leaves.
So, you guys are like cops or something?
Why are you with Measurehead?
Look at him. His craniometric perfection. Are you cops or what?
You can actually solve the case leaving it there. Yes, that is true. It's a bit weird being a physical build that you can't take it down yourself. Yeah, it's annoying that literally Measurehead uses brute strength, but we don't have that option. Motorix is the build that you want if you want to avoid having to have Measurehead bring it down. Either that or some just fucking luck. You sure can, Purple Menace, but I don't know how advisable that would be. We're just trying to keep things from going to shit.
Have you ever thought that maybe things should go to shit? I'm Katya, by the way.
Oh yeah?
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
I don't. I've seen enough of that dead body already.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Evrot's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is for sale!
And who are you? What is your business here? Why are your clothes 4 sizes too small for you?
Yeah, somebody failed to give Kim's voice actor the, stage positioning for that line. Stares over the railing, 10 feet down.
And who are you? What is your business here?
Yes, I am an unbelievably corrupt cop. I am corrupt every opportunity I get. Let's let the class decide. What answer should we give our right to work guy? That's like the opposite of Michael Gambon in Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore asked calmly. 60-40. Woo! Corruption!
The man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today.
Why is everything a race with you? Just, I don't know, go into Formula 1 or something. There has been no side choosing. We did what we had to do to keep order.
And what you had to do was to become a Union man for all to see.
Last chance to adopt racism. Anybody interested? No? Good. Leave. many girlfriends does Super Racist have? 3? No, see that's bullshit. Yeah, Sam, and we would ensure that he never left. How are you doing, Gardener?
Hello again, officer.
Nothing to say to her, really. So the body's been down. Sorry, the body's been taken down. Go to the yard and see what Measurehead has accomplished. Getting the body down on day 1 is actually pretty good. There he is. Kuno, do you have any, did you see what went on there?
You missed a good show before. A kid came by and completely fucked the tree to pieces.
I just so deeply wish we could have heard old Kuno say that.
You missed a good show before. A Kipt came by and completely fucked the tree to pieces.
He fucked the tree up. Fucked it good. It was porno.
I don't know that you can have pornography with a tree. I mean, I guess no shortage of wood. Wish I could have been there to see it, but I have some questions.
Shoot that shit at Kuno, Pigonaught.
I actually don't have questions. It's still not a great chance to get through to Kuno. I'm interested, but I have...
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Well, alright then. But I have other priorities, is what I was going to say, such as this dead body.
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Sam is correct. So do we call the corpse beautiful, or do we just say, well, it's down? Please, choose my personality for me, friends. We all think it's beautiful, creepy fucks.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy.
A field autopsy?
Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on number 3.
The fuck are they on about?
Cop's gonna cut his shit up.
Don't we have someone else to cut his shit open?
It's not about cutting. And no, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain, from autopsy to cleanup to social work.
Wait, honorary rank of detective?
An honor and a burden attached to your rank once you've proven yourself able, usually after 5 to 8 years of field work. Mine is lieutenant detective.
Yeah, I feel like a detective.
You are. Your station would not have assigned you on this case if you weren't. Now, the way I see it...
He looks at the corpse with some disgust.
It's either this, or we complete the initial interviews. We already met Evrard, that only leaves the Wild Pines representative. There's one in town, negotiating the strike. She could have information.
We may as well. We got it down. Doesn't matter what order we do things in, and usually I've left the body for like a little while longer, so let's do as much as we can with the body today. No need for a distraction, let's do this.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
One thing I do want is to try this check again, and I think I have a fair few skill points, so I might put one into Inland Empire for the purpose of, tell me who are you, dead man?
rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. His body is supine and open to intrusion by autopsy. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Inland Empire 6. You guys could... Am I wearing the horrific necktie? Of course I am. I was born with the horrific necktie. I will die with the horrific necktie. I am the horrific necktie. And the necktie is me. There is no Harry Dubois. There is only necktie.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Here we go. 83%.
I'm gone.
I can see you're gone, but who are you?
I'm a joke. Look at me.
There's nothing funny about you.
There is nothing funny about jokes either.
Who were you when you were alive?
A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer.
Right, so your name was Oedipus? Takes one to know one. I have another question for you.
Go ahead, Kobo.
Where have you gone?
Into the wild pale yonder.
Where is that?
In the past. Way out west.
What is happening?
What do you mean?
I'm talking to you.
It's the power of your...
Black frothy liquid starts bubbling on his lips.
Imagination.
Yeah, man! Don't be crazy! Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you. Your wild imagination is doing this. Ask some more of those questions you love so much.
He loves those.
Why do I love questions so much?
Because you're a copperoony. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions?
No, I'm good. Yeah, give me questions, or give me a comical amount of questions. There's only one correct answer here. I don't know how many of you voted, but all of you voted correct. I would like a comical amount of questions.
Coming right up, copperoony Rooney. This is getting upbeat now.
10 of them. Is my name Rooney?
Fuck no. You're no Rooney.
Rooney is not who I am. I'm Harry.
No, you're not a Harry either. You're a motherfucker. That's who you are. Rooney the motherfucker.
Why do I feel like I've forgotten something terrible?
Because you have.
Who killed you?
Love did me in, brother Copo. It was love all along.
Can you ask me a question?
Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Why are you doing this?
What?
Looking at my face. Motionless. Looking into my eyes. Standing here. Why are you investigating my murder?
Maybe this will lead to something. Something indescribable. Unforeseen. Miraculous.
Ha!
The clown lips on the corpse appear to smile.
Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest. And it's almost here. You can feel it in the air on your hands. Cold spring air smoothing them over. I hate you, you stink and you're boring.
Do I remind you of someone?
A deep sea creature.
No, not quite. Be fair now.
A baby affected with harlequinism.
You sure wrinkled out of that one, Coppolini.
Enough.
Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also see me in your dreams.
That is absolutely not what this text reads.
You can come back and look into this face any time you want. Humour yourself with my harlequin features. Ask me your little questions. Freshen your memory. Create associations. Remind yourself of your mortality, Copolopo.
That one's hard.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Come back later.
There it is.
Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also see me in your dreams.
Yeah. Try to remove the dead man's boots. Priorities, friends.
I thought we decided to leave it to processing. Let's not turn this into some kind of circus.
Try to remove the dead man's boots again!
I thought we decided to leave it to processing. Let's not turn this into some kind of circus.
But I would like the boots. Please stop fucking cock blocking me. Well, foot blocking me, I suppose. First, what exactly is a field autopsy?
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
It appears I have forgotten what a field autopsy is.
Fine. It's a 3-part form to be filled out on the scene by the detectives responsible. One takes notes, the other dictates. The goal is to establish cause of death.
Do we need a scalpel?
A scalpel is not always required. I hope this is one of those cases. Latex gloves are, however.
Let's get in there.
There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity.
I don't know, what do you mean?
I mean when I need you to. Until then, I should handle physical contact, and you should take notes.
So you're going to do the corpse molesting, and I just have to sit back and watch. That sounds like a fantastic deal, Kim. Go right ahead. Okay, where should I take these notes?
In your paperwork, officer. Just fill out the field autopsy form.
Oh yeah, I don't have my... You're not going to believe this. I think I've lost my paperwork.
Now they only have one paperwork, too.
Shut up.
Officer, what haven't you lost?
My shoes. I have both of them. I found the other one, too.
Good. Otherwise you would only have one shoe now. I can give you my paperwork. There's an autopsy form there. Several, actually. But only if it helps move things along.
Let's work off yours for now. Actually, no. Let's go find mine, because I think I can get it. I think I can get it now. We have to find it sooner or later. As the words leave your mouth. There it is again. That strange feeling, like there's something in there.
I guess you've got to start finding at least some of the things you've lost, before they hurt someone.
He sighs.
We should locate your ledger, then hurry back to the autopsy as soon as possible.
Now, we can open the padlock with the key, or we can be a man. Thoughts? We must be swift as a coursing river, with all the force of a red pry bar, with the unnecessary display of machismo. Right. Force time. Jam the tool under the lid and pull. Force time isn't happening. You've jammed the pry bar under the lid, but it just isn't bending. What is this? Your triceps ache for the metal to bend, but it resists. This calls for a potent curse to help break its resistance. Utter the power words! Do we kick it? Do we say swearies? Or do we hang from the pry bar with all of our weight? Or do we be a sad... do we just be sad and give up, do we? Weak shits. I'm gonna hang from the pry bar with all my weight, 'cause I actually like that one. I don't know who voted for leave, but... you're boring and... the United Kingdom is angry at you. There is a creaking sound as the pry bar slips under the lid. You hang from it like a moron, huffing and puffing. Clearly the technique is wrong, but nothing else comes to mind. The fuck kind of metal is this? This is fucking shit!
The quality of metal is not the problem. From what I see, it's sturdy enough.
Giving it a kick. Unsatisfying. Hurtful. You hear a ringing sound, but not quite hollow. The can seems to be full. Full of itself. Content. Happy you failed. This snickering trash container is having a grand old time. That's it. I can't pry it open.
The strange thing is we don't have to. We have the key, remember? The manager gave you the key.
No, he don't. He fucking lost it. The apes lost the key too.
Unreal. We should find his gun and kill someone with it.
But I wanted to use the pry bar. I feel like I'm losing out on something, not using the pry bar. Oh shit, I'm gonna die!
You are. The pry bar is quite satisfying and handy.
We're okay.
But you are just not good enough at prying. We should get the keys.
Kim? Oh, I've already kicked the mailbox. This is actually kick 2, Purple Menace. Open the padlock with the key. With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't! Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you shouldn't. Of course you should. This is your time to shine, Hobo Cop. Dive into that dumpster for extra content. Didn't I just have a premonition that there's something in there? There is. But you won't like it. Sweat forms on your brow. Your hand is still on the lid. Open the lid. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Look under the boxes of carton. You see milk, egg rest with one broken egg in it, some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Baptiste Solier cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below and turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however. Pick at the rags. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. Grab 'em. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer.
Lieutenant produces a black plastic bag marked evidence from his pocket. Bag the trousers.
Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but...
He looks into the container.
The belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab long-sleeved shirt, olive-coloured, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen-variety waste. Garbage. That's all, I think.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
Yeah, we need to ask the kids who put them here.
The fuck's he on about? Kids? You hear that,
Kuno. He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
You think someone from the whirling might have been involved, maybe?
Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash, the lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
Okay.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container.
Search the food waste. It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels mostly, unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey... Nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this? What's this? There's garbage in the trash. What's this? What's this? It smells like dirt and ash. What? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Pick it out. Something larger, a clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes written in a man's handwriting.
Looks like we found your paperwork.
I don't know what this is.
It is. Look. The plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there.
A miserable-looking slip of paper sticks to the board.
If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
Must have been cramping my style, Kim!
Officer, this is an official piece of paperwork. It probably contains notes on numerous ongoing investigations, and could even list undercover operatives, informants. I suggest integrating it into your style, for all our sakes.
I don't know, man. Sounds like an order. I don't take those. Nah, we'll concede to him for this. This is important. I'll do that.
It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Dig in Hobocop style for extra content. Wow, an Armistice caliber 50 knock cannon half wrapped in paper tissues. So shiny. What's a knock cannon? It's a giant rifle and it's very expensive. Not as expensive as that fat string of pearls snaking around the rotten banana peels, however. And is that Cordon Electric's preamp with Electra F2 tubes? It is! That catches quite a price. We're talking 12,000 easy, unless you're into hi-fi yourself. I'll sell it. No, you won't. Because none of those things are real. They're not actually in there. All you see is food waste and crisp wrappings. A cruel jest. There must be something. All you see is a broken mug with a racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron. An antique? Only in its social sensibility.
Mm-hmm.
The lieutenant briefly glances at the mug and then returns his sight to the trash. The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
We got it all. We got it all. We got it all. We got it now. Open it again just to make that turn dark orange. Leave. Alright. So. Many things. Many things. Many things. Things. We can interact with the ledger, and we can interact with the mug. The ledger is going to take a while to go through, so I'm going to leave that for now. But this broken-eared mug somehow made its way into the Whirling in Rags dumpster. It depicts a person of Samaran descent, frolicking in a field of saffron flowers, buck-toothed and grinning feeble-mindedly. It appears to be a cheap knockoff of some colonial-era antique. It is racist. It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much. There's quite a lot to read into here, actually. Look at all that content. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage? I'm going to push this into the face of every merchant I find and tell them, this is your inane ideology. I think that's the communist line. The moralist line must be it's an example of prejudice. The fascist line is, can't anyone laugh anymore? And then the capitalist line is, by denouncing it, I can earn political capital to mask my badass hustling, i.e. fraud and embezzlement. Well, we're going the commie button. Again, press 2 to communism. Yeah, we got EXP. So again, you dug it out of the trash. Why? It wasn't going to offend anyone there. Why don't you just get back to your case? And we gained a skill point because we get 4 EXP every time we say something communist. Might actually give myself more volition just for the morale at some point. But I tend to hold my skill points for when they're used to unlock a white check. Do we have any volition? No. Rhetoric, actually, we have 2 checks hidden behind, but one of them's not going to be helped by it. Could put some points into my composure, though. I think I'll do that just because composure is a good one to have. And that'll unlock the Rene Arnaud check, which I can try again later. It's 2 things. Actually, we'll talk to Kuno quickly.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Crime scene.
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it?
The dead man's clothes were in the trash container. How'd they get there?
Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno.
I need to know. Could be a lead in the investigation. Somebody may have tampered with the murder scene.
Listen, listen. Kuno doesn't care about this small-time shit. Just listen. Kuno saw what you did there, dumpster diving. Sad shit.
Uh-huh. Sure. Kuno is your favorite voice actor? But the old Kuno was so much better.
Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real.
No, Kuno, you don't know anything about the tampering I'm investigating, and I already have pants. Wait, I asked you what happened to his clothes. You must have seen them lying around.
Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around, except for that there. Now you want performance gear or not, Grandpa?
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression couldn't say, "I told you so," any louder.
Yeah, can you imagine if old Kuno was here, and those lines were delivered like, "Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around, except for that there. Now, you want performance gear or not, Grandpa?" Much better. We'd all go deaf, but it'd be much better. Alright, entertain me. What's so great about these pants?
Pig, these are found modulars. Liquid fit, performance crotch, urban survival shit. Made in Mirova by scientists. Pants scientists. Believe it, you need this shit.
He unzips his jacket to give you a quick peek at the plastic-wrapped pants. They are graphite black and look brand new.
Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They are tartan ready.
I might be interested in the pants. Let's talk about this later.
Alright, Pico. Shit's rolling.
Don't do business with the pig, Kuno. He's going to steal all your money, Kuno.
As you can see, Kuno and C don't trust you. Can't do business without trust.
There's more to his distrust than being a pig. He feels threatened by something obscure in you. What that is, however, remains a puzzle for now. I mean, it might be because we punched him in the face, Empathy. Did you think about that? There was also a mug in the trash.
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again?
Jesus Christ, look at this. We have 3 ways to phrase the same question, and kudos to the Disco Elysium writers for this. We have, yes, does this quaint, better not taken out of its historical context mug have anything to do with it? Bad option. Do we have, yes, does this adequate depiction of a South Saharan man have anything to do with it? Worse option. Or do we have, yes, does this racist mug have anything to do with it? Correct option.
Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. You saying you pigs are after the mug fucker, 'cause he's the clothes fucker?
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Kuno. Someone has tampered with the crime scene, cleaned some of it up.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator.
The kid may have something there. He's already come up with an interrogation technique, too.
Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But if you find out, maybe you can...
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno! They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching! Get away from my Kuno.
Yeah? Get your bacon shit away! Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Still a hard check to figure out what's going on with Kuno.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Yeah, he might if he put some work into it. Alright. I forgot to go and turn in all of my bottles. So I want to do that before the sun goes down and the frit closes, which I think closes at 9. So let's get back there quickly. I don't believe it closes at 8, but if it does, I'm fucked. No, nope, still open. Hello, racist.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Fuck off, Ray. Actually, I found this mug in the trash. Is it yours? I feel like it might be yours.
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while.
Is it yours?
God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
The 5 EXP almost softens the blow of the fact that I just entertained a racist. Fuck off, racist. It's not your mug, is it, lady?
Is this about the questions again?
No. Insert my bottles. 3 whole real. You're 100% sure you got the special Hobocop money for that tear. At least 100% extra money. If the numbers on the machine told you otherwise, it's a lie. Do you know what you should do with that money, kiddo? You should buy more alcohol! Enter the endless cycle of consumption! And I am a weapon of massive consumption, and it's not my fault, it's how I'm programmed to function. And let's square away our debts with Gart before we, I could do the autopsy tonight, but I don't know that I'll have full time for it. We can get a start if the Gart stuff doesn't. I think it's. I think you can go to bed at 9, but you can stay up till like 11 or 12. At some point, Kim leaves you. Am I a professional singer? No. My goal is to see if I can do the boots thing tonight. Because the way it works with the body is when you're done with the body, Kim takes it away for processing, and by doing that, he disappears for a day. So what I like to do is to do that at the very last possible moment when he'd go to bed anyway, because I don't want to play the game without Kim, because Kim makes everything more fun. However, you also need Kim to go away in order to get the boots. And I said I don't really want to spoil stuff, but like, this isn't interesting. This is just, you know, logistics, so I'm not spoiling the plot. Really. You need Kim to go if you want to make an attempt to get the boots, but you can't mix the two. You can't do them both in the same night, because if Kim goes to take the body's going with him. Die. So you need to get rid of Kim the normal way instead. There's also one other way to make Kim leave for a day, but we're going to try and avoid that one, because that one's bad. I'll tell you what it is when I get up to the point of the game where it would happen, though.
Can I help you?
Yeah, about that money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
Can I pay with this check?
You must be joking, right? You come here, trash everything, and now you try to pay with a novelty check?
The cafeteria manager stares at you baffled.
This isn't a game show. I'm not going to accept it. You owe me cold, hard money. I want to see that money in the palm of my hand. Every single cent.
Damn you, Fat Everett, your novelty check is useless.
You can cash it in at the local frit near the harbor gates, though it might not be enough to cover it.
Interesting. Gart actually stands up too. Alright, well we can then just go to Frit and turn the check in like I did before. But, Half-Light is like fight-flight mechanism. How much do I owe you again?
For the drinks, 30 real. Like what? I was rarely enjoying talking about the money you owe me.
Here's your trash container key.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
Victim's clothes, actually.
How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Could someone on your staff have?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
Maybe you don't remember putting them there. Maybe you were sleepwalking or in a fugue state.
I think fugue states are more your forte, officer.
Who else has keys to the trash container?
The trash collection service, CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that solves itself down the road.
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond, a small truck rattles down an alleyway. It stops by a rusted trash container. Two men, their faces rough and swollen, jump out. They look at the container despondently. CSM is written on their backs.
Thank you anyway.
Thanks. Let's talk about something else.
Yes.
Bye-bye. Actually, any other things?
Another thing.
No.
Yes.
Bye-bye. Alright, we should have just enough time to go turn in the check. And we will, because we made 15 real on our bloody own, so we've got no trouble paying him 30. I'm sort of glad then that I bullied him down to 30 real, because my entire goal was avoid having to do the thing with Kim that he will do to bail you out. So because I know that I'm going to skip that, I'll tell you what it is. He offers to sell some hubcaps that he confiscated for from a different case that are just kind of cool, and he wanted to keep them. And he begrudgingly, well, quite willingly, pawns them in exchange for the money that they're worth. How much do I owe him? I owe him 30 because I used my authority skill to basically take off everything else. It starts at 130 real, but there are different tactics you can take in talking with him that'll make him strike some things like the cost of window repair or the back rent. All he's asking me for is the drinks.
Is this about the questions again?
Right, so we already did this because
I
I wanted to see it happen in case Gart took the check.
Anything else?
So I'll just skip that.
A warehouse.
We already asked that as well.
Fine.
Alright. So now we have 40 real, 30 of which we're gonna we're gonna pass to Gart, but that's okay. Kim, oh no, it looks like someone took the boots the moment the body was no longer hanging. What? Those new shoes? Nah. Yeah, I had them custom crafted for me to look exactly like the boots while not being the boots. Why do they smell like a corpse? Shut up. I haven't washed in a while. So, we'll do the autopsy. See how much body I can get done on day one. The other interesting thing is if you leave the body too long, and I reckon I'll skip this too, they start talking about, we need to like store the body somewhere. And then there's a thing you can do to have the body moved to somewhere that's more preservative friendly. But I don't think I'll get that in this playthrough because we're really making a lot of progress with it.
The rotting man lies on his side. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Open your ledger at the field autopsy form.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with
1. Assistant.
That's you.
Right, Harry Dubois.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there. The next box says
2. Coroner's case number.
KK57-0803.0815.
KK57, Kim Kitsuragi, Precinct 57. Write it down.
Next.
Name.
NA. Next.
Date of birth.
NA.
Age.
Roughly 50.
Right. Roughly 50.
the corpse looks ageless,
No idea.
like meat on a hook.
Teeming with opportunistic microorganisms, letting out a foul-smelling diamine compound. Your eyes turn watery. Race.
Mondial.
Write it down.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Sex.
Fucky, fucky!
The little monster exclaims energetically.
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
So, Twitch chat, what do you guys think I should write in the sex box? Let's call this a maturity test, guys. Now, see, if the two of you that didn't want to be professional had decided to compare notes and work together, then you could have had us at a standoff. But instead, because of your collective incompetence, you lose.
Naively,
Oh, shit!
The lieutenant does not double-check your notes.
That wasn't supposed to... Shit! Ah!
El bigo mistako, Lieutenant!
Okay, that was pretty good from the necktie. Date of death.
We're still going with March 4th, 51.
4/3/51.
What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
11. Evidence of treatment.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
A strange word. Treatment. What exactly is treatment, anyway?
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
I'm not so sure.
A silent nod. The lieutenant places his gloved hand on the corpse's chest, as if in preparation.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the Stations of the Breath, ecclesiastic, religious in nature. A holdout from pre-Delorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform, then... Somewhere in Jamrock North, a small woodshed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Furbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette ball-like against the window. Outside, Grand Courant. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Torson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead, more than anything else. The building is tall, 7 stories, wind-wrapped in solitude. Most of the apartments are unoccupied. This was a suicide. The other an accident. The small one. And so all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today. 42 stations of breath.
We should start the post-mortem.
Turn the page.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
External examination summary.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
He turns the body onto its side to check the underwear label.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
Write it down.
The boots are ceramic. Vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
When am I going to get them? Patience. After the autopsy, before the body is taken away, there will be a window of opportunity after the lieutenant has gone to sleep. I hope this has helped you, my liege. Write it down.
Tattoos.
He stands up, feet planted on either side of the body.
The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini.
Write it down.
The deceased has a cargo lashing belt around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end.
Write it down.
Well nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing.
The spine is bent more than the lieutenant compensated for. This buster's actual height is about 185, and no, you could not take him straight on. I'm going to write 1.85 meters, Lieutenant.
Of course, I undercompensated.
He pockets the tape.
Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Touch the corpse's hair before moving on.
The hair under your latex fingers feels cold to touch, wet.
Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Stroke his hair. Gently.
The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to the latex of the glove, like thread off a rag doll's head.
Keep petting him.
More hair sticks to the glove. Hair off the rain-soaked head of a dead man. There are bumps and dips on the skull below. An alien landscape.
Keep petting him.
More hair sticks to the glove.
Keep petting him.
More hair sticks to the glove. 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 More hair sticks to the glove.
Short,
Hair
light brown,
off the
male pattern
rain-soaked
baldness.
head.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max.
The kid explodes. See, like, the actor didn't even read that. Explodes. Fucking low velocity. That was a fucking low velocity response, Kuno. You sounded like you were, like, lying back in an armchair having an argument with one of your friends that you don't particularly care about. Like, that was not an explosion. Old Kuno would have done better.
Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation.
As in birds and shit. Do we write it down correctly, or do we write it down amended for high velocity? How much respect do we have for the opinions of Kuno? Kuno, don't read this. Apparently we're going with high velocity.
Ligature mark.
The lieutenant produces a small folding knife. With the other hand pulling on the belt, he starts cutting into the polyester. The stench is horrid. After a while, it's obvious the material cannot be cut.
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the bell so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters. Oh yeah, I'm prepared. Pat the chain cutters.
The hanged man lets out a joyous little bubble of rot from his nose.
Good thing we got these chain cutters. Pulled out the rubber-gripped chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now...
He points to the rope squeezing the dead man's neck.
We need to cut the bell to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
See? My pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Not your pig, Kuno.
You are? You're Kuno's pig?
-1. Stupid argument with Kuno. Look for a good spot to cut.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east.
And setting in the west. Yeah. This should be fine. 83% chance. We'll be fine. We're fine. After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow. Press down.
Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
The lieutenant has kneeled closer, running his finger along the dark red groove, until there is a gap. As it ought to, this is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest, pulling up.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters.
Write it down.
Chest is intact. Normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant. Pelvis intact. Genitalia...
He pulls down the man's underpants. I am a psychic. I predict that the next line is going to be delivered by one of the Kunos.
No! It's gonna happen, see?
I fucking knew it!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Friends, decide for me. Do we inspect the genitals? It always swings. It starts off competent. And then everybody else gets in.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging underneath. The genitalia is greenish. Marbling is present around the crotch.
You should touch it.
Should we touch the penis? %100%.
Doesn't feel like anything. A cold spot under your gardening gloves. Unremarkable and unalive.
My pig's so fucking ill right now.
His voice swells with pride.
Oh, your pig's pretty sick, I gotta say.
Write it down. Moving on.
Back is symmetrical and intact.
Touch
Upper
that
and lower
penis.
extremities
Moving
are
on.
intact, but asymmetrical. There are all combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip.
Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating, especially the hip. Before you was a temple of pain that knew little tenderness in life.
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
This is the body of a soldier, mercenary.
Mm-hmm. We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars. Last item, hands.
He takes the man's right hand in his, inspects it, and then moves on to the other hand. Pick it up. His flesh is cold. Icy.
Pleased to meet you. Where are you from? And what's your name?
What the fu-
I'm only fucking with you. I know where you're from. From Cappadocia. And your name is Il Kobo. What can I do for you, Il Kobo di Cappadocia?
Pleasure's all mine. Tell me, are you a temple of pain and a stranger to tenderness?
You get me, Kobo. I feel like you were once for tenderness and kisses yourself. But then shit went south. And now, you're ahead of even me on the pain front. We should do this more often. Be close like this. I mean...
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling.
Were you expecting any?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment.
Okay.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
He turns to the side to breathe, and it's not enough, so he buries his face in the sleeve of his jacket. Internal examination.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
You don't even have a joke. Nope.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable.
Write it down.
Respiratory system.
Back hunched as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaws. He stops to exert more force. Both hands are used. He's really doing it. The dead man's teeth cut into his gloves' hands.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
From here it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. The tendons of his jaw are torn apart, hyoid ripped from the force of the lieutenant's hand. Look inside the dead man's mouth.
No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there, sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like throwing up, straight in that mouth.
No, you don't. You can keep it in. You can keep anything in. Look deeper.
You manage to suppress the contractions trying to enter your stomach. All it takes is concentration. Through it, you see nothing but darkness. More meat and darkness.
There are ancient mysteries down there, Coppo. Ask me later.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus.
The lieutenant repeats impatiently. He lets go of the jaws. The mouth snaps shut before you.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
Why? Don't we have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
He looks at the corpse's stomach with a mixture of tiredness and disgust. I don't think so.
Neither am I.
And that's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Same for toxicology and serology. NA.
Both?
Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there.
I mean, the completionist in me wonders if there's something we could still do.
Like a toxicology screening? At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with cocaine. But still, you should add a request.
Brimming with cocaine. Right, NA and add toxicology requested.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with a hanging.
Right.
Gastrointestinal.
He breathes a sigh of approaching relief. This is the last field on the list. He looks around to the ground, the pool of feces there.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
He touches the corpse's bloated lower abdomen briefly. Write it down and keep the voila.
What's next on the list?
Description of injuries.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
Bite marks.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer?
Beneath the description there are 2 boxes waiting to be ticked. Non-fatal post-mortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Write it down.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath the description of injury, 2 boxes.
Fatal injury! You're coming with me, Kuno. I'm gonna lock you up forever. No, non-fatal post-mortem.
Right. Next.
Ligature mark. No, what's the 4th field for?
Nothing. Just in case.
Okay. Ligature mark.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Okay.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
What was that about no clawing around the neck? You'd be clawing for your life. So, was it the fatal injury? Let's say it wasn't. The lieutenant falls silent abruptly. A column of cold air encircles you, rising slowly upward in the shape of a courtyard, bordered by cracked plaster, windows, seagulls perched on air conditioning units. A small green enclosure in the middle of a corral of tenements. Capeside apartments, whirling in rags, and the fortress wall of Terminal B. Above it, a thin blanket of coastal stratus clouds. Higher yet, Coalition airships guard over the 21 cordons of the zone of control. The air is crisscrossed with radio transmissions. The hair on your neck rises. Was I right? You were.
Why do you say that?
I just took a whack in the dark! No, I'm serious. I don't think this was the injury that killed him.
Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal?
Why didn't they claw at his neck when they hanged him? Why did they not tie his hands? A big man like this is dangerous.
Honestly, I'm not sure there weren't marks on his wrists. That part got blurry for me. The stench. But you are right. There should be signs of struggle. Let's leave the cause of death empty for the time being. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
First, how did it go?
It was an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy. But, personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success. We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks, if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath.
What else?
We were thorough with the list of injuries, too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order. Perhaps a drink is in order. Later, I mean.
Now, you see, that worries me. You will die if you drink. You know that, don't you?
Not if I drink
you are
water.
Proving a useful detective. The organization would miss you.
Aw. Please get yourself together, the lieutenant from Precinct 57 thinks. What now?
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg.
Here you go.
For processing.
Ooh. Search the body one more time. Yeah, we're gonna look at the dead body. Oh yeah, for a secret. One more time, we're gonna fiddle with the corpse. So this button here makes the lieutenant and the body leave. I don't have to press that now. I don't have to press that at all. Body can just lie there. Game won't stop me from doing that. But we will press that tomorrow night. I'm going to leave him there for a whole damn day because I want those boots. And if I send Kim in the morning, then I don't have Kim day 2, and I don't want that. So it's a white check with an 8% chance. Is there anything I can do from my perception right now? The other thing is to leave the body around for that. If we don't succeed it now. Which is entirely legit. Maybe we will end up having to find a place to store the body if we have to keep him around. But is there anything in my clothing for perception? I don't believe there is. No. I'm still very early. I haven't done... There's a lot of exploring that I have not done. We can go for a buff. We have 3 skill points. And perception could receive 1. So we could do 2 tries if we wanted. Before and after a skill point add. I don't think I'm going to save Scum, but I'm saving anyway. Just because...
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses.
That. The man is decomposing visibly now. Every hour he looks less like a creature and more like a pile of intestines. So, yeah, I'm going to try for the buff. Basically, this is a chat vote where you choose to increase one stat and decrease another. So if you all vote in my favor to get what we want, then I can have a better chance. But if you guys don't help me or make it worse, then yikes. So I hit this button, and then what you want is Motorix. The one on the bottom right. Motorix up. Put the plus key there, and then lower... You have to lower another one in order to make the vote go. Try Physique, because that's the one I have a lot of points in. So that's the meditation. Did it work? Were you guys kind to me? I believe you were. Okay. 17% chance. Oh god, that's a fail. You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be more thorough? Look in his pants again.
The genitals in his breeches continue to be unnoteworthy. You see the penis of a dead man. If you've seen it once, you've already got the picture.
Maybe if I touched again?
There is no need. We have been thorough with the genitals.
The lieutenant looks worried.
Do you think we missed something?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before you. Yes, there's something we're not seeing.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating.
There we go.
We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast.
Can't you just hang out here for a while longer?
If you want for this task to slowly become impossible, then yes. Otherwise, no. He's been hanging out far too long already. We need to ice him.
Okay, where do we find a fridge for the body?
It would have to be industrial in size. Let's start by asking Gart at the Whirling in Rags and the Fritz store down at the gates. If they don't know, but only if all else fails.
His voice trails off and his gaze settles on Kuno.
Fuck are you looking at, Beano, man? You want a piece of the Kuno? Wanna get fucked?
Only if all else fails.
I need to take another look at the body first.
Hurry. This is one task we cannot sideline. With every hour, whatever we are looking for will become harder to find.
You say that, but I'm pretty sure I can sideline it because I know where the fridge is, and I can't access it. It's too late at night. Soon you'll be looking for clues in a pile of sludge and bones. What we could do is I could put a point into perception to unlock this. I think putting the body in the fridge will unlock it as well, but... I mean, I do want more perception. My perception is 1. I need more perception. So I'm going to level up my perception, in fact, quite willingly and happily. That's interesting. It used to be that once you'd put a point into a skill, it lit up. But now they don't. Now they're all permanently grey. That's a shame. Like right now, Composure, Perception, and Inland Empire should all be lit up, but they're not. Did they change that deliberately, or...? So I can't add any more to my perception, because its level cap is maxed here. However, I can add more to my perception if I take the Motorix increasing drug, which also increases your learning cap while you're on it. So you can sort of sneak an extra point in, and then when the drug wears off, you've still got your bonus. Smells like spoiled meat and curdled dairy. A human being decomposes. The good news is, upping my perception has enabled me to see that, which is good. It's one of the reasons why you don't want your perception to be 1, because random shit starts popping up. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anything from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. What kind of boots? Heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails, all over the yard. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear? Lieutenant, workers' boots tracks.
Noted.
Oh, yeah. Lieutenant takes out his little notebook. Viscalc, get an exact count. 42% chance. For God's sake! What do you think you are, a super detective? You're hung over. These are just dents in the mud. No pattern emerges for the time being. I'm gonna need me more morale. Kim? 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 Timothy? Timothy J. Kitsuragi, are you okay? We're not at the church yet, Kim. There will be time for this later. Although I'm quite impressed, I didn't know you could Irish dance. I don't want to move. I don't ever want to stop this from happening. I want this to be the rest of his life. Alright, fine. So, it's getting later, but there's still some people around. Are the old men moved on at this point? Yes. People, go to bed at different times. So this guy's still around. We haven't started talking to him yet. There's a lot of people we, haven't begun to converse with. But let's quickly see if the frit is closed, because that's one of the places to ask about the fridge. I think it is closed now. Nope, still opens. Good. How about you, racist? Do you know anything about a fridge?
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Fuck off, racist.
Is this about the questions again?
Do you have a fridge?
Mm-hmm. Right behind you.
She nods towards the buzzing machine in the corner. I need to store a corpse here.
You're joking, right?
Measure the fridge with your fingers, one eye closed. Never mind, wouldn't fit.
Yeah, super funny.
Kim would like to speak to me.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
I haven't paid the cafeteria manager for damages yet. Yeah, but I have the money.
You should take care of that, then.
I think I have the money now. This is money, right? Show him real bills.
I'll also take a room at the Whirling. One cannot get much closer to the crime scene.
One minute before closing. I am so good. So good. I'm telling you. Now people are in bed. Right, 10 o'clock is the snap to where most people go missing. It's just some people go missing a little earlier. So now the bookstore is closed. And a lot of places are closed, but the Whirling isn't, and certain people stay up all night. Such as our eternal friend Kuno. Should we try the empathy check on Kuno?
Fuck does Kuno care?
Actually, yeah, I need a fridge to stash a body.
For the fuck imp. Good thing you asked the Kunmeister. Kuno knows a fridge. Perfect for freezing
Really? I don't believe it.
Kuno knows all kinds of shit. Kuno gets around.
Where can I find this perfect fridge, then?
Bacon Man's in a rush. But what's in it for the Kuno? What's the return on Kuno's investment?
Don't fuck it up. You need a fridge. Corpse-free yard. Don't you have civic pride?
Kuno's got everything Kuno needs. All civics and shit.
You can't buy Kuno, pig. Kuno's already got everything.
Should you guys maybe feel like increasing my intellect? Because I'm a bit too stupid for this. Evidently. Let's go! Kuno is a poor kid from a poor neighborhood. Say that your job's on the line. He'll sympathize. Am I sure about this? Sounds sort of weak. No, it's not weak, it's sincere. Do not confuse sincerity with weakness. Say it, trust me. Kid, this is serious. My job's on the line. If I don't get this sorted, I might actually get fired.
The fuck are you doing right now? The fuck is this shit?
Don't pay attention to him. Just keep telling your sad story. I've lost almost everything, Kuno. My memory, my money, even my name. I can't lose my job, too. Please, please help me.
It's not that dramatic. We can just send the body to processing.
Kuno's never seen anything so lame. Listen, pig. If you were Kuno, the fuck would you care?
This isn't working at all. You lied to me, Golden Mouth Man. You just haven't done it long enough. You need to do it even longer. This isn't about me, Kuno. It's about the people I'm trying to help. It's too late for me, anyway. Oh, stop!
Stop shitting yourself in front of the Kuno. Kuno thought you were some kind of big shit. What is this?
Jesus Christ!
Why don't we go pester some other kids now?
Well, nothing on the fridge. Let's try and figure out what's going on with Kuno. What's going on? He's an ungovernable youth on your crime scene, throwing around incendiary language and trying to push your buttons. Kuno, listen, I know this boundary-pushing thing is new to you, but it's old news for us grown-ups.
Get your snout out of Kuno's ass. Kuno knows how hard Kuno pushes it. Kuno pushes it hard level. You should give up, Popo, or the Kun will keep fucking it out of you.
You okay, Kuno?
She looks worried. The Kun has her confused. That went wrong. He took it as a compliment. Then he had a minor seizure.
Kuno Kuno doesn't fucking care.
We'll try again later, Kuno. Right, so yeah, there's not a lot to do after 10 p.m. You can keep going until 2 a.m. after which time stops passing and everyone's asleep. It's weird. You can technically read books forever at night and never go to bed because time will stop passing at 2 a.m. But every NPC in the game will be gone except for, I think, Gart, because he needs to be there to give you a place to sleep. He's just a poor boy from a poor family. Spare him his life from this monstrosity.
Hello again, sweetie.
Nothing from her. It's all about money, you know. I don't know, buddy. I really, truly don't.
Can I help you?
I seem to be in need of a fridge.
Yes, yes. For the dead body. You want to put a dead corpse into my fridge, right?
Yes, that's the gist of it.
Well, I have a fridge, and you're not putting it here.
Why?
Because this is a culinary establishment, not a morgue. I can't believe you even asked me.
It would only be for...
Lieutenant, you too? You're asking too? No. The answer is no. I will not turn this place into some kind of macabre circus.
You already have a dead body in your backyard.
Seems you are just going to have to keep looking around.
It's about that money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
I have your money!
Well?
Here's 30 real. Slam the bills down on the counter. I hope you choke on it. Or, here it is. Sorry for the trouble. What do you think, guys? I'll put this in your hands. Prepare for a vote. We can either neutral hand him the money, spiteful hand him the money, or apologetic hand him the money. Jesus, guys. Glad to see you're all unified. We talked him down from 100. There's no need for spite. Yes, I agree. If he were taking 130 from us, then I'd be a little bit more miserable. But we've been mean enough to Gart. Here it is. Sorry for the trouble.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
And that one is unweasel-outable. You do need to make a steady 20 real a day. But you can get quite a bit of real by going to the pawn shop. And like I've already grabbed a postcard worth like 5.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Fridge? No. Okay. That's, yeah, alright. I understand.
Yes?
Can you pawn the dead man's shoes? Probably, but that seems like a waste of some very, very good shoes. It's also a bit of an insult to call them shoes. Oh, that's not... I thought that was Kim's room for a second, but that's the other lady's. I guess it doesn't point me to it, but end of the day debrief with Kim. Kim can answer lingering questions you may have about the case and the RCM. Join him on the balcony after 10 p.m. when you're calling it a day. So we're going to go out there now for that. The game's not really pointing me to it, but I remember it, so... Yes, that's Clash. the person whose name I'm not pronouncing well.
Yes?
No? Are we not debriefing? What's happening, video game? This is meant to be the part where you work, video game. Do I have to go to my... This is the door to the room you've redecorated. Good night, Lieutenant.
Just a moment.
Ah.
You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Okay. So we need to pretend to go to bed first, and then you will take me to the balcony. And if we go to the balcony of our own free will and volition, you won't
The
actually...
air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
That was weird. And early.
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
He lights a cigarette. I didn't know you smoked, Kim.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette. A cigarette is such a great idea. I think I'm gonna have one too.
You're cold, Detective. Again, I only have exactly one every night.
He blows a steady stream of smoke. Below, the city trembles with its remaining lights. People are rushing home, running away from home, smoking, sleeping, singing in the shower. Edges of dining tables, hands, aprons flicker through the windows before the lights go out. How did you get so cool, Kim?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will, and unhealthy.
Right then, the debrief.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today went?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. Our inspection could have been more thorough, as it always can, but we have some leads we can follow up on. In addition, we got that body down from the tree, and we performed a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. I still feel like we are missing something, and there's still work to do at the crime scene too.
Yeah. He's right. You could smell it, that something missing, even under the overpowering odor of the corpse.
Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to here in Martinez, I mean.
I love doing interviews, and people love me. They love bathing in my glory.
I'm sure. Well, we conducted an interview with Everard Clare. He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
I'm sure I can get him to tell us more.
Claire also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief.
I don't know how I feel about my name, actually.
That's normal. It's best not to give it too much thought. We didn't talk to the Wild Pines rep. We really must do that tomorrow. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
I don't like to waste time, you know? My mind moves fast. The rest has to try to keep up.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills.
He nods thoughtfully, tapping his finger on his cigarette.
Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
He looks at your snakeskin shoes and smiles suddenly. Thank you for the compliment. We could manage it even in wooden clogs. There are uncanny running reservoirs in this body. God knows why. What are our powers exactly, the RCM?
They're quite limited, actually. the power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
1,000? Why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety.
Hmm.
We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
Okay, what else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold slip. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
How can you be sure the arrestee will show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
Right. I was going to call you Kelp, but that's a J. I don't know how to say your name, I'm sorry, but welcome. I see, and if someone resists...
We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary, even lethal.
Wait, so if I kill someone while on duty?
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
Have you ever killed anyone, Kim?
Yes. The last time was 4 years ago.
There is a slight physical revulsion in him while saying that, but he's worked through it in the intervening years. Have I killed anyone?
That's an improbability. Perhaps even impossibility.
Of course you've killed people, somewhere down there, melting in all the drink. I must have. I feel it in me.
Precinct 41 is known for a higher than average rate of police violence.
Oh, good. Pronounced cape. I remember a cape from the Throne of Lies days. Basically, due to lack of cells, you give them a "you owe me 1 night in jail" slip. Yeah, and I'm sure they all fucking respond quick and prompt. What happens to the people we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
He taps in his coat pocket where he keeps his notes. So the Revachol Citizens Militia does not have any staying power. They have to pass the people off to actual governments with actual power in order to get anything actually done beyond a bit of fineage. And who makes all these rules?
The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less.
His gaze is absently fixed on a window below that just went dark.
Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Hopefully the citizens, but probably the government.
Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
The moral intern, what is that?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
If I didn't know, how would you describe them?
They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt.
The Money
Our
Belt?
coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
The government runs the insane clown posse? Why? What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
What do they believe in? They're DeLoreans. They take scientists and young teens that like rock and roll on jaunts through time that may or may not erase their own existences. What is their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something ominous. Something even a little feminine, but in a strict manner. Who was Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
Right. For you, she is something painful. It's hard to say why. What do you think of them?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
Right. I have an opinion on the moral intern.
Do you?
The lieutenant arches his brow and then pulls on his cigarette. It's a slim white thing in his fingers. We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting bourgeois rights!
No. We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting the people of Revachol. That's the hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would be common vigilantes.
Maybe we should make our own law, with blackjack and sex workers.
Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
He looks at the roundabout. The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses, the red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like pearls on a string from east to west as Revachol commutes back to the suburbs. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Monday is over. Say nothing. Just look into the night.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag.
This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
He puffs on the cigarette. Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two precincts.
And in Jamrock and the GRIH?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
He looks at the dark silhouette of the equestrian monument cutting into the night sky.
It's incredibly hard.
Yeah.
Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
We won't change anything here.
Probably not. Anyway, positive change happens slowly. We never really get to see the impact of our actions.
Thank you for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Puts out the stub of his cigarette, looks to the door. Well, there is still one more thing to do tonight. But let's get rid of Kim first. See you in the morning. Bye. Don't mind that I'm not actually going into my room and have just walked past you and gone back downstairs into the night. Don't raise any questions or alarm about that, Kim, old pal. Everything is fine. Holy shit, I can play the game while the screen's still black for a second. I can use my stream preview to see Disco Elysium while this monitor still black screens for a moment, and I can fucking play the game. That is so weird. Ray Rain with 39 bits. That's oddly specific, but I will take every last one of them and put them immediately towards my drug habit. That's a joke. I don't have a drug habit. Unless you count the video games, which is probably what it will go towards. Come to think. So... No, go on. No, that was a joke. It was a joke. We were doing joking. Joking. Ha ha ha, funny! Joking. That's that thing we do where we say things that aren't real. Oh, that's cool. Sitting at a desk, Lieutenant Kitsuragi fiddles with a pen, then writes something on the paper in front of him. He shouldn't be doing that. He should be here, discussing the footprints. I like that. How you doing, Kuno?
Fuck does Kuno care?
Right then.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Okay.
The man is decomposing visibly now. Every hour, he looks less like a creature and more like a pile of intestines.
Try to remove the dead man's boots again.
The body is reluctant to let go of the boots, as though it were its last bit of dignity.
You're gonna need to summon all your strength for this undertaking.
Wow. Kuno's little sneak peek's back for the booty.
Yeah, fuck it to pieces for us, liar cop.
Pull on the left boot.
It feels like the leg is going to come off along with the boot, but you're able to get the boot to move a centimetre or two.
Pull on the right boot.
It's not completely useless. You're able to reveal a little more of the putrid polymer sock beneath the boot.
Pick up the body and try to shake the boots off. Step on the corpse as you pull on the boots. Try to twist the boots off one by one. What do you guys think is the winner's choice here? Thanks, guys. Very helpful. Really, really narrows it down. Try to twist them off.
This is the right method.
Oh, good.
It takes some time, but eventually the boots come off, with nasty slices of polymer sock stuck to even bigger pieces of skin and rotting flesh.
Look, he's skinning the fucker up good. Puko style.
Hell, keep at it, pig.
Take stock of the damage.
The legs look like they've been clawed at by wild animals. As for the boots, you can't possibly do anything with them until you've cleaned and disinfected them thoroughly.
Yes, these absolutely need to be washed before. The stink is incredible. Fair weather T500 boots with rotting flesh. Don't smell these boots. Better yet, don't even think about them, unless it's to think about how you're going to get them clean, that is. For now they are unsellable, unwearable, and just downright disgusting. These boots were probably left on the corpse because they were impossible to pull off while it was hanging. They're not exactly pleasant to look at right now, much less smell. Look over them very carefully. Graceful whorls cover the boot's glossy surface. These will be gorgeous once you get them clean. Look at the soles. Fairweather T500 VE is imprinted under each heel. Look inside the boots. Still just pieces of sock and rotting cadaver. Got other things to look at. We've got a communism book, which we'll read tonight, and we've got our damaged ledger, which I should look at as well. This is the ledger you found in the trash. It's full of notes written in a man's dense cursive. Have a closer look. Maybe it can be salvaged to start keeping notes on the case. It's the ledger you found in the trash, a pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. Anything else? There's a piece of toilet paper. Or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor. For you. Below the pathetics. Terror. Do not look into its blue heart. Inspect the toilet paper. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. Maybe it's kitchen tissue. They look exactly the same. If you want it to be kitchen tissue, it can be kitchen tissue. It's not, though. It's toilet paper. Smell. Take it off. Still wet, the toilet paper, kitchen tissue, peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off your finger, just like a Taylor Swift song, and voila! The ledger now looks marginally better. Inspect the clip. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip. Run your fingers across the aluminium. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before. What is this? To be honest, you have little to no idea. You're dumb and alone. Somewhere, not here, the helpful Lieutenant Kitsuragi is making notes in his blue notebook. He tilts it ever so slightly. A glowing rectangle catches the light. He could advise you with this. The next moment, a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand. It's a sorry sight. So, tomorrow we'll do this again, but with Kim. Browse the white papers. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight from alcohol. By sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered with faint red lines forming short paragraphs. Once in a while there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files, commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled-up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized, and extremely dense, if mostly illegible. What is in there? What are they about? Work. Strife. Poverty. The Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate, due to missing pages and an odd naming convention, but there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases. Undertaken, not completed, mind you. There was mention of a naming convention here? Yes, it appears to employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins, yet still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name. Oh my, and they're written in capital letters too. Yep, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural, another The Square Bullet Hole Murders, another yet The Unsolvable Case. More? Others appear more light-hearted. The Guys on a Couch in an Unexpected Location, and The Murder at the Hookah Parlour, and even the rare article-free Collapsing Tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. You like this grimy murdering, don't you? Wish there was one in there about a drug den. You love those. Gets the blood pumping. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done later, once you're done inspecting them up close. I have to open an official case. Is there room? There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Commit to paper. The tasks you've completed flow out of the pen in a brash freehand, similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect victim's body, get the body down, interview the cafeteria manager. Cross out the ones you finished. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you. And you. And a fuck you to you too! That last one cuts a slash right through the paper. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the Citizens Militia. This would also be a good time to finally name the case. If only Lieutenant Kitsuragi were here so you could coordinate. No use naming it without him. Maybe at a later time you can come back to this. Like a fan of gills, the checked papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible. I've done inspecting these. You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. Can I read the case files? Maybe, but we'll skip that for now. Browse the yellow papers. In the back you see thin, translucent copier paper, some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. What type of forms are there? 3. The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real fines, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields. Station call. These are quite sinister in tone. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. Field autopsy. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in colour. You see parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs, colour of the irises, predation marks, condition of sexual organs. Enough of these. Yes, and all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper. Look at the clipboard. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone into submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4-sized board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on the wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters RCM. What did you say the colour was? Blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it. Shake the ledger. Something rattles inside ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? Peek inside. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see its centre. There's pain in there, if you want some. That much you know. How would I open it? With your hands? U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board. Pretty easy check. 42% chance with a skill of 2. Smell the ledger. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base is surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner. Open the hidden compartment of the clipboard. I think interfacing and logic are ones that I can actually... No, not logic. My logic is damaged from my thoughts, unfortunately, and it wasn't that good to begin with. My logic is damaged by my thoughts. What a sentence that is! My logic is damaged by my thoughts. I could give it a skill point increase if I felt the desire. I can try that hangman perception check again too, but I'll do it with Kim. Logic and interfacing. We already have the interfacing buff in our clothes, unfortunately, so there's nothing to actually change. But we can try both of these checks. Open the hidden compartment in the cupboard. The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off the slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee slowly, the slides snap back into place. Should be possible to just, you know... Wait, somehow I don't want to. What are you waiting for? Just... That's because you know where this leads to.
That doesn't sound like it's gonna be fun!
Slide the drawer open. Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. What's inside? 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. Fucking kill yourself, you asshole. The words just crossed your mind somehow. Who were they for? Who do you think? You. Pick up the ticket stubs. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the coloured pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to a zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. They let you go there, too. You should go and kill yourself there. Pick up the card. Thin wax paper has been glued to the piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue. Smell it first. It smells of chewing gum, apricot flavoured. A touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says Tutti Frutti. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card, looped round letters in a woman's hand. A young woman, in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile, you think. Although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter, so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away. Please. But it will make me happy. A merciful wind blows in from the Bay of Revachol, dusting the ground at your feet and raising newspapers far away. You feel the card slipping into it. Let it go. What was that? Frizzen covers your entire body. A feeling of cold. A persistent chill. Gonna hit the vote button now. We can throw the card in the wind. Or we can hold on to it. Read it. Take whatever comes. Choose carefully. I'll go with whichever one gets the more votes. Hitting the button in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Not sure how badly the delay affects it for people. Don't 50-50 me, you miserable shits. Smoozle, hello. You are far less depressing than this video game. We've decided to show mercy upon our protagonist. Let the card fly into the wind. We don't need to read about happier times from people for whom there are no happy times left. If this were my first playthrough, I would override that and I would read it because I have to, but I already know what's on it, so.
No! Don't throw away the baggie! There's dust on the drug baggie. It's not good, but at least it's some kind of way to be together.
Throw the card in the wind. Just like that, the wind picks it up from your fingers. Cold, they let go. The wax paper rustles. A whisper light and low. Then a sudden gust raises the postcard to the drizzle-grey sky above. Away from you. Don't worry about that. We will get the ledger back, I think. No, it's fine. That's a labeling thing, I think. A small piece of paper dances above Martinez, above slow waves crashing the shore, and the war-torn houses and the new bâtiments nouveaux alike. Above you, looking up to the grey sky with your hair greasy and wet. And above the distant streets and the 881, even above the old fish market and the church. Its material existence is lost. This great city will pocket it for you. For your own sake. Forget about it.
Synapses can be rerouted. The mind takes a new shape.
Under Precinct 41, where typewriters fire long into the night and officers walk the great steps of the bridge. Long after the card has landed in the cold shore waters, its writing dissolved, material disintegrated. The wind carries the keepsake away from you. To the southwest, the pale violet dot disappears. So this is the Ledger of Oblivion, which is the version of the ledger that you get for throwing the card away. It gets a different name if you keep the card. You'll always lose the damaged ledger. What was in there? No. You should not have thought back at it. Now some of it is on your mind again. Look in the ledger again. The ledger of Oblivion-induced mental health is just as shabby as the damaged ledger was. A bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand. Can I read the case files now? It's possible, yes. Easy? No. You need to come up with a small archaeological system to reorder the remains of your past works. At the moment, all they do is fall apart in your hands. Some dates and the numeric titular system is all you have. I don't remember. It was 2 years ago that I played the game with that. This is the ledger you found in the trash. It emits oblivion. A thin veneer of la la la, what I don't know cannot hurt me, covers its pages. You look at it, and it makes you feel surprisingly solid, actually. And it's no longer an interact-only item. Now that we've done that, it becomes an equipable tool, which will give us an authority and a suggestion buff at the cost of some inland empire, which inspires me to not use it, because I like my inland empire. We do have something else to read, but before we do that, we have a fourth thought. Caustic Echo. It'll actually give us a buff, temporarily. It's a power move. Buff to volition. Good on you to have thrown that slip to the wind and walked away, saying, "Not today, Dark One! I don't need your keepsakes! I am not curious! Let the past disintegrate, let its ink wash off into the Bay of Martinez. You're through with it. There is no terrifying splash of stomach acid to fill you with dread, no caustic lack of air. You haven't lost anything incredibly precious, too precious to name. You got shit on a stick. All you need to do is keep the shit balanced on the stick, and everything will be fine." Oh, yeah? Let's find out. Let us quickly see if we can get the boots cleaned. I think that's a good idea. Also, yeah, after 11 there's no music, which is really awkward and kind of depressing. The soft purr of an electric juicer comes from the kitchen. Someone is working. That's not true! The chef's gone. Look. But there's a bucket here. An aroma of spices, alcohol, and tomato hangs in the air. This industrial gas-powered stove has been used to prepare food for many hungry hostile guests. There are several pots and pans on hand. A commercial pot draws your attention. It's very large, gigantic even. Could be used to make enough stew to feed an entire city. And also to boil a putrid pair of death boots. Check out the cleaning supplies. There is a variety of soaps and bleaches in the cabinet to the left of the stove. There's also a bottle of white vinegar in the cabinet next to the fridge. This is going to take the hard stuff, too. Use as much as you can. The boots are really disgusting. Pour some dish soap and the bottle of white vinegar into the pot. The delicious smells of cheap soap and vinegar waft up from the pot. Alright now, chef. Light the stove up and boil them. Add water and the boots to the pot. Bring it all to a nice boil. The strong smell of vinegar forces you to step away from the pot. The water slowly comes to a boil. Wait. Strips of polymer fabric and human tissue separate from the lining of the boots. They float to the bubbling surface. Beautiful. A 2-course dinner of rotting flesh and hardened ceramic. Wait some more. The boots look cleaner and cleaner. Those bits of human flesh are beginning to look cooked. You can smell it, too. Just like beef stew. A little more. That's it, chef! The boots are as clean as they're gonna get. Steam, dense with the smell of strange meat, disappears into the vent above the stove. Dump the sock and flesh stew, and examine your new boots. A pair of real beauties. These boots are shiny, hot, and reek of vinegar. Just perfect. These greaves are light as feathers, and just a tad too big for you, but don't let that bother you. With these on, you look like some kind of future warrior, and they'll keep you safe if you accidentally shoot yourself in the foot. So worth it. +2 to authority, -1 to composure. Shoes. Too big to fill. They also look very stupid. But we got them boots. Gart, do you like my boots? Probably can't see them over the counter, I suppose.
Can I help you? Yes, yes. For the dead body. You want to put a dead corpse into my fridge, right?
I feel like we should ask him again, just in case he changes his mind. How did you know?
Because you haven't taken it away yet, and it must be stinking hard about now. Well, you're not putting it here. Rest assured.
I'm not even going to ask why. You're just going to say something mean.
This is a culinary establishment, not a morgue. You don't have to ask me why you can't store a dead body in my kitchen.
Gart makes me sad. So, before we go to bed, and we will go to bed, let's just do a quick check of the white checks that I failed. There's the Kuno one. We'll want to check in with Renee tomorrow, see if we can take advantage of our composure upgrade. We're not doing Measurehead. We're not doing the Mirror. The Hangman we do want to try and get done. We don't need to open the trash container anymore. We lost 2 composure from switching out our boots. Oh, you're right. Is this the shit? Composure goes from 3 to 1. Well, if we need our composure, we will try and figure it out later. We just hope we don't have any red checks for it, yeah? We probably won't have the boots on constantly. We'll show them off to Kim. But yeah, let's read about communism. The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Fristle. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover. Why antlers? Because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism. They represent a society in accord with the natural world, and at the same time above it. A shameful way to treat a former king, even one as underwhelming as Frizzle. Shut up, Endurance, you're a fascist. Why Frizzle? Because Frizzle was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see. Flip through the pages, see what catches my eye. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-colour pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After riffling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international developments, Kunst und Kultur. Wait. What and culture? And local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note. Read the editor's note.
Comrade! As you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turn to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée. Unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel, La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers.
Wait, no, hang on. I am not down for anything that might drive away potential subscribers. That's how I make my money.
So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors.
Communism except when it suits us. I want to catch up on international developments. This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Mesk-Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Face it, you aren't really interested in foreign affairs. You're not even sure where most of these countries are. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you. What is Kunst und Kultur. It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective. Well, let's read about CS. This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer. Okay, just a moment. What is Tip Top Tournée? The actual article is surprisingly light on details, but after skimming a page or two, you gather that it has something to do with motor carriage racing. If you don't follow it, you only ever hear about the ludicrous sponsorship and the obscene death toll. Sounds dull. Wait, no. Let's see what these communists have to say about Tip Top. You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colourful drivers. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tournée. What's wrong? Where do we even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships, and then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes. Hang on, who wrote this stuff? Oddly enough, this article has two bylines, Nasteb Encalada Bernal and Exilus Boucher. What's so bad about sponsorships? Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track, is reduced to an advertising opportunity. Thus, the so-called tournée becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers, your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes or even a Frit. Right, but then you get to see them crash! And that, precisely, is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for. Wow, you're right, I really am just in it for the violence. You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tournée is simply the apotheosis of spectacular entertainment under capitalism. You flip back to the front of the magazine and see what they mean by local concerns. Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike. You skim the headlines. Paint the harbour red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer G. Martin. Sandwich Guy! Finally, there's a brief article by Sandwich Guy accusing the owner of the Cape Side apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent. Charging rent just to live somewhere is pretty outrageous. The writer G. Martin remarks dryly that capitalists love wealth redistribution, so long as it's only redistributed upward. Well, did you all enjoy our brief foray into communist theory? I was hoping for something a little more spicy, if I'm honest. I think I got some EXP out of it, though, because I got to say some left-wing things while I read it. So I can value it for that. But yeah, that's day one. We don't need to go all the way to 2 AM. The game doesn't, like, end. You can't, I don't believe, run out of time to do all of the things you want to do. You can get as far as day 6 or day 7 or finish up in day 5. It varies, but the game's not. The time isn't there to limit you. It's not a time limit. The time is there to give color and character to the world. Return to our room. And I believe we can pick up some of the bottles in this room, can we? No, not entirely. Something about a 5-day limit? No. Nothing like that. 5 days was all I needed the last time I played this, but that doesn't mean that's going to be all I need this time. So this, I couldn't see this before because my perception wasn't good enough to notice. The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. Look out. The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and some war-torn buildings. Assess the damage. What do you mean, assess the damage? How would you do that? What are you even trying to do? Fuck me, I'm bad at everything. All my luck is gone. Use your chain cutters to fix the faucet. Stop steam fogging up the mirror. Sure. Probably not going to work, but sure. Nope. The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber. We tried. God help us, we tried. How are we doing? We technically got 2 hours in this stream. I was thinking of stopping in an hour because I'd like to spend some time tonight preparing for tomorrow. So I might just do 5 hours of this tonight rather than the 6, if you don't mind. But we will get another hour in and do a bit more. Get into day 2 a little. The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful. Doesn't even look like a bed. It looks like a broken couch. Crawl in. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. Sleeping is its own event in this game. And then, sleep doesn't come. Why? Maybe it's the bed's fault. Check the pillow. Its synthetic filling is separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. Check the blanket. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here. Intimate and warm. Breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colours. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily. Roll over to the other side. It's a little better. Colours, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it? Who killed him? Who? Something to do with... What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brainwaves. No more thoughts. Fall asleep now. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you, until your eyelids twitch in your sleep, and images start forming. Here we are outside. The world is a little odd. Water everywhere, or is that oil? Shining lights. And oh, would you look at that. Hanging from a disco ball. Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What is this? What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question. I remember nothing. Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Tell me what this is! I'm not answering before you tell me who you are. You know who I am. I am the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear, and it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? I was left. That's right, funky baby, and you just stood there, one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? I don't want to come back. They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. What is Elysium? Everything. The Pale and the Isoldes on the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people, and you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up. I've talked to you before. No, Harry, you were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do, even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you.
You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed. Stinky boy.
I can come back from this. You're not coming back from shit! Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? I'm trying to solve this case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
God. There's another type?
Oh yes, party boy. And it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
There's our health. Good going, buddy. Is that how it's going to be now when I close my eyes? Yes! Wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's going to be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night. What chick? You don't know? Oh, some broad that messed you up. It'll come to you. It always does. What the hell is going on with me? You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think. It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think. Why is this happening? It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more! Don't do that. Stay strong, the hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself. Wait, what is speed?
Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else do you even think you got up from this floor?
You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago with me to wake up at 7:30 every morning until the day you die.
Don't be silly, there was no vow, you were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. You can't detect without it. It's that simple.
To speed or not to speed? That is the question. What do we think, chat? Are we Harry's enabler, or are we going to try and push him towards a better life? I'll start a vote. Press 1 for speed, press 2 for slow. So my chat is 20% enablers. Good to... Oh, actually. 5 to 6. Sorry, not 5 to 6. 5 to 1. We are not going looking for speed. So we accepted the smokes and the alcohol quests, but, like, yeah, the speed is where it gets a little harder, right?
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically a week? Let's be honest. 2 weeks? Maybe 3? You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
That's a lie. I can do this without the speed. Half the town won't be dead.
Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
Well, alright. We found some backbone. Need to make 10 real today. Well, 10 real and a little bit... a couple cents. Now, Kim does not rejoin us the way he left us. He doesn't come thundering out of his door. He, in fact, wakes up before we do because he has his shit together. Although, I shouldn't judge, like... Harry wakes up at 7:30. That's real good. I'm still awake at 7:30. Kim would like to speak. Good morning. Also, this one's moved.
Just a moment.
The old woman turns back to the cafeteria manager.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
The cafeteria manager appears genuinely apologetic.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
Sorry, ma'am, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. Tell me how I might make it better, might make it up to you.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
Who's Gary? What's wrong with the phone line?
The manager was vague about it.
Why do you need to use the phone anyway?
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
Okay, I'll bite. Has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine. When you look around, you're still in the whirling in rags.
But you have more important things to worry about.
She glances out the window toward the bay. What is this expedition your husband was on?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
Wait, who's this Gary person? Do you trust him?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
You mentioned traps. Could there be some problem with them?
I doubt it, sweetie. The traps aren't big enough for humans to get caught in them. They're for the insect. Anyway.
Do it. Find him. This will surely lead to a mystery with that extremely rare insect. This sounds like police business. I'll help you find your husband.
Are you sure we have time to go chasing after bug hunters just now? I did suggest we play it cool, but...
It's just a little side thing. We'll do it down the line. I've got a premonition that this missing scientist is connected to our main case.
I sincerely doubt it. Still, I suppose it won't hurt to keep an eye out.
Oh, thank you, officers. Truly, I'll be right here if you come across any sign of Morel. Just some field works, but they should have returned by now. They were just... I doubt it. Thank you, sweetie.
So your husband
I'm
is some kind of
awfully sorry,
scientist?
Tim. Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
You know, I kind of figured that out based on your name. What is cryptozoology?
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
The lieutenant sounds unimpressed.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
Even if their opinions are fucking terrible, Mr. Lieutenant, sir.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
Yeah, eat a dick.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
Tell me about your husband, looks, character, your relationship with him.
Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin.
What's he look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
Let's try again. If I were trying to meet him on the street, what would I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame. And he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
How long have you been married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
What gets me is that her profile image, that's like her hair is blonde, but then you look at her here and she's a brunette. And that annoys me. How did the two of you meet?
Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say.
Shit, I met the love of my life in a game of
looking
Overwatch,
to
Lena. Get in
back
line.
into the scene after recovering from my accident. And he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She smiles wistfully. I think I have all the information I need. Let's move on.
I hope I've been useful.
Tell me more about the rare insect your husband's looking for.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
No, I want to hear about the insect.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but...
Fascinating. Oh yeah, here comes the interesting.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed.
Right.
It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast.
Okay, hoping a bit more interesting than that, but still.
Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
She looks you in the eye and nods thoughtfully. There's a touch of awe in the way she enunciated the creature's name.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
Yay! It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
What makes you think the phasmids around here?
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
Interesting. Maybe the phasmid made the teenagers make out. Maybe the phasmid made them make out.
I doubt it. It's not like teenagers need much encouragement in that regard.
So a newspaper clipping is all the evidence you have?
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insular Indian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
So is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
Is it valuable?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
Does it have cool powers?
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Centuries, even.
Okay, what's so special about this stick bug, then?
Oh, dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special.
The woman's face flushes with embarrassment.
Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
That's all for now, ma'am. Can I do anything about my suggestion for that check? I can lower it if I want. I don't. Yeah, no. Well, we'll give it a whirl.
Oh, hello, dear. I didn't notice you at first.
42% chance to convince her to tell us about some cool cryptids. Sometimes, the most charming thing you can do is be reasonable in your requests. Could you tell me about just one more interesting cryptid? The Insular Indian phasmid was great.
I suppose you could use a break, and I could use a distraction.
One cryptid, like you said. One. This can't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza. We have things to do.
Cryptid extravaganza, I like the sound of that. Okay. Okay, Kim, just one little cryptid, I promise.
He nods and assumes a waiting posture.
Cryptids, let's hear about all the interesting cryptids.
Whoa, tough choice there. Biggest, tiniest, most dangerous, invisible. I'm going to do a chat vote here, see what people want to hear about, and I am only going to ask one because I don't like disappointing Kim. I mean, invisible is kind of like the one we just heard about, so I wouldn't pick that personally, but we'll see what others click. Well, alright then, danger monkeys. What's the most dangerous cryptid?
The gnome of Jeroma.
That sounds fucking terrifying.
Oh, yes. None of its victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue.
Look, we don't like to talk about Scanlan Shorthalt's youth, South Robin. What did this cryptid look like?
It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and a gangly little thing. Quite scary to look at. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin to suffocate it. It still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the existence of this very little species?
Here come the fun police!
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom.
Whoop, whoop, that's the sound of fun police.
Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science.
So we can ask about the others, but this has been educational, but sadly we do need to discuss something else.
Of course, dear.
How's Gart today?
Can I help you?
About my bill for tonight.
Got the 20 real?
No.
Then why are you wasting my time?
For fun, Gart, fun. So, the cargo container door check's available again. If we go by the harbour, we might give it a go. As I said, day 2 brings a buff, so. We got a lot of things to go through. But Kim would like to talk to us. I'm going to take a quick break first. I need to pee, so hold on to your hats, folks. It is a testament to how cold it is. This is the first stream of the year, and probably the first stream since like October or September or something, that I've spent the whole time in a jacket in this closed-off room, completely comfortable. That is not how it normally goes. So, Kim, what is it?
Morning.
He gives you a quick nod.
Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them.
He won't even acknowledge the stolen boots you're wearing. For him, they don't exist. You'll have to bring it up yourself later, if you dare. Why do we need to talk to them?
Everything points to the Dock Workers Union. The belt used for hanging him, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information.
Right.
Which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy.
What do you mean, rowdy?
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast, there's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
Are these the men Gart told us about yesterday?
I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
He crosses something out. There are so many of them. Maybe we should call in reinforcements?
That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay?
Eesh, alright then. He's not exaggerating about that mortal danger, just calmly factoring it in. Your fists clench, and your pulse rises uncomfortably. Let's roll.
One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something
They're
else
in no
first.
hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
I am going to walk right past them. Mostly because I have enough on my plate, and I would rather go through things methodically. But one thing you'll notice is that the gardener lady from yesterday is standing right outside their little booth. Curious? Tomatoes so thinly sliced you can see right through them.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
I need a fridge to store a corpse.
The man keeps shaking his head. His eyes seem sad. Then he starts swiping crumbs off the countertop.
I don't think he understands, officer. We need to find some other way to make ourselves clear.
Wait, what language is he speaking?
He's from Grad, a Koiko.
With the mention of the word Koiko, the cook starts talking excessively, his hands up in the air again.
I need to get the corpse, point to Kim, into the fridge, point to the fridge.
Why am I the corpse?
Why aren't you the corpse, Kim? He turns his eye to the cook, who gives you both a big bright
Doesn't
smile.
matter. I don't think he understood us anyway. He wouldn't be smiling if he did.
I know, Kim, I know. Make stabbing motions at the meat on the cutting board.
What are you doing?
The cook looks at you doing the charade and smiles.
Point towards the fridge.
The cook says something. It's quite animated, but you still don't understand.
I need to put a dead body in this fridge. Point to the fridge.
Oh, no. Body no fit fridge. Fridge more.
Oh. How do you know? Maybe it's a small body.
No. I know.
Listen to him. This is a man who clearly knows about bodies and fridges, and bodies fitting into fridges.
Okay, we have our answer. It won't fit. We need a bigger fridge.
Okay. Leo said you're friends with Manana. Is that true?
The mention of Manana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again.
What is in that borscht you're making there?
The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his, and then seems to wait for you to speak.
Yes.
Horse need more vodka?
He picks up a bottle from the shelf.
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Vodka borscht! I love it, Bratan! Turn it the fuck up and then ask for some yourself.
Thank you for the contribution, Necktie. Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. This place is a powder keg. No vodka. Cut it.
The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak.
That's it, my friend. We have solved the mystery of the special borscht. Don't I just feel accomplished?
Yes?
Aren't we going to talk about the boots I'm wearing?
Okay, let's talk about it. You stole the boots.
He looks at the gleaming technological footwear you're sporting.
Congratulations. That must have taken an enormous concerted effort, considerable ingenuity and timing. Now, I'm going to report you and you are going to go to jail.
Oh no, you're a cop! You can't go to jail! These are not the same boots. I liked them so much I went and bought myself a pair.
Sure. Anyway, did you want something? Related to police work?
I don't care about your insane theft, the lieutenant thinks and looks away from the boots. Just know, if anyone asks me, I will snitch on you. As you should, let's be honest. Right, well, we are going to walk right past Titus and his hard boys. Titus's voice has also changed, and I don't know how I feel about it. But we'll get there when we get there, yeah? Okay, it's a brand new day, and the sun is high. Everyone is screaming that you're gonna die. Ooh, yeah, we needed to quiz Kim on the pissing competition because we've already inspected the body. Oh, snip! To be honest, now that because we're probably not going to talk to him today if I'm going to finish in 20 minutes. He sounds very different now. Sounds like a cowboy now. It's weird, but we'll get there. Alright, fuck it. I'll go say hi to Titus, but I'm not going to explore the whole line of inquiry with him. I just want to show the voice. But first, let's find the pissing competition thing. I think it's in case.
What do you want to know?
Now that we've inspected the scene, I want to know more about this pissing competition you mentioned.
What's there to say? It's just stupidity.
What kind of stupidity?
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion.
Ah, so this is a struggle over who runs Martinez.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words.
So it's not a case of, it should be ours, no, it should be ours. It's a case of, it should be yours, no, it should be yours.
I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
What's special about Martinez?
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
A tremble comes over you. Another after effect of ethanol poisoning, perhaps. Feels like leaves do when they rustle in the breeze somewhere far away below the turbine. The 41st and the 57th. The lieutenant was right. It's not about who gets what's north. It's about who doesn't. I wonder what this says about me, that I was sent by my station. He raises an eyebrow, thinking it best to let you make the next move. There can only be one conclusion. I am the finest we have, a hero cop sent to outperform you in every way imaginable.
A good joke.
Of course it's a joke, look at me. No, a joke, of course. Rest assured, I have no intention to compete with you. In truth, I will only moderately humiliate and outperform you.
Oh, you will? Then I will help you to do so. Now...
Still, against his better judgment, this made him think just a little bit less of you. Ah, was it... sarcasm!
Was there anything else you wanted to ask about the competition? If not, we should move.
Okay, enough of the competition then. Tell me something else.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
Why did the 41st send me? Because you're the best qualified? No, that doesn't seem right. No, that makes sense. I'm exceedingly qualified. If you're so well qualified, why can't you remember why you were sent? Anyway, don't keep the lieutenant waiting. Burr, burr. Alright, we'll talk to Titus because I do want to show his new voice. But we're not going to explore the whole line that we can get from the Union people because there's other stuff I want to do first. Especially I want to talk to the Wild Pines rep before I talk to Titus, probably. But we'll check in. Start by talking to her.
Let me handle this.
The woman says to the crowd in the mess hall before turning to you.
Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
First of all, you mean Detective Disoriented. Second of all, you lied to me. You're not a gardener.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does.
She points to the man on her right.
That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest, if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
You're sure Easy Leo mentioned something about a lawyer Elizabeth someone, but you're too dumb to remember what it was. I'll talk to Titus then.
I've got nothing to say to you.
We will talk to her more later, but like I said, we're just getting his voice looked at. We're not doing the proper stuff with these two yet. Photos of men in overalls toting guns and union placards. It's a bowl. There's spit in it, reeking of tobacco. You see hawthorn bushes outside. That's important too, but not yet.
This is where you say your bit.
A broad-shouldered man with a disappointing new voice points at you with a beer can.
Detective.
The lieutenant acknowledges you with a sharp note. He's leaving it to you. First, we need to talk about your attitude.
Wow. The RCM sent us some big dick cops.
Real big dick cops. Look at them. Reckless. Swinging in the wind.
Yeah, look at the big dick on that cop. Can't tell a dick that big what to do.
That guy used to sound like this. Now he sounds like a fucking American. Oh, God, they've changed everything. I hate it!
Must be something in the water in Jamrock.
He says thoughtfully.
Yeah, gave 'em real nice big dicks.
Yeah. Anyways.
He wraps it up.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
Questions? To hell with that. Get right up in the big dick's face. Scan physical confrontation. I'm gonna take off now. So that's the new Titus Hardy, Snip. How do you feel? I don't think I've ruined the conversation.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Titus does not look particularly happy to see you. Yeah, okay, so it'll continue where I left off. But yeah, Titus's voice is deeper and more accenty now, and I'm not fond of it. Sounds like he should be in Red Dead Redemption. Right. So. Let's look at our ledger again now that Kim's here, because there are some things we need Kim for. Kim, my cases appear to employ some kind of naming convention.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene?
No, I mean a non-numeric one with titles.
Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does.
Why is that?
It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
I seem to have a case named the Square Bullet Hole Murders.
Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out.
What happened to him?
Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
No! No, that's not where you want a rail spike. You want a rail spike in the rail yard! Kim, I have a name for this case.
Huh? Oh, yes, the name. Good. What is it?
Let's let's do some viewer interaction for this. How do we feel? There's the Hanged Man, the Furies are at home in the mirror, the setting sun, shit on a stick. I'll press the vote button. Go ahead. I have a guess as to which one will win, but we'll see. Blue Moon votes for 2, but I don't... If you don't vote using the vote thing, I don't know how to, like, add it up. It looks like shit on a stick is tied with I don't have a name. So I'm gonna go with shit on a stick. Nobody wanted the setting sun. One person wanted the Hanged Man, one person wanted the Furies at home in the mirror, but they couldn't press it in the actual machine. Shit on a stick.
Huh. Yes. I have to tell you, officer, I don't appreciate ironic titles. Other officers will have to use this as reference. If it's idiot or cockfinger.
He says cockfinger so matter-of-factly.
They're not going to get it. They're going to think an idiot and a cockfinger were on this case. So, do you have something less funny?
Fun is outlawed with this guy. What a knock!
Setting sun.
Okay. It's a good name, but it has one problem. This case has nothing to do with the setting sun. At all. It has nothing to do with that, so... Something more concrete, perhaps? Do you have something concrete? Mundane? Usual?
Usual is boring, we don't do that. The Furies are at home in the mirror!
Furies? Yes, well, I don't know. I have to be honest, I'm not experiencing the internal strife that refers to. And also, could you make it less poetic somehow? Just a normal case name, you know? Think, what would that be? A good normal name?
No idea, I don't have another name.
Oh, well, then maybe I can suggest one.
Go ahead.
The Hanged Man.
I'm not feeling it.
Are you sure? I think it's pretty serviceable.
Okay.
I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
Yeah. We can try to read the files again now that we've heard from Kim. 42% chance. Yes! At last you find a way to piece them together using the alphanumeric code in the margin. HDB 41. Harry Dubois, Precinct 41. Date of initialization and the time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120117, The Next World Mural. Wait. HDB 41? Why, yes, your precinct number is 41. And HDB? Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it, and these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials. Harry Dubois, HDB. Still feels like there's something missing from that. And we can read these, but they're going to take a while. So, that's something to come back to. They're fun, but they're, like, you know, unimportant. It's side stuff. Although I think there was one other thing. The clip. Lieutenant, is this one of the hologram watermarks you mentioned? Point to the sticker.
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property.
Interesting. What kind of information?
It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that. Your kill count. Yours will surely have your kill count. How can I read it?
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do.
Like, for example...
All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
This means if you can read the watermarks, you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on. That's all, thank you. Alright. Good thing we're right in front of the car, almost as if I knew that that was the next step, because I've played it before or something. Inside you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. Kim, how do I turn on the headlights?
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
Press engine start. The dashboard lights up with an orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Kupri Kanima comes to life with a whiny growl. That sound. You feel the wind in your hair as if you're already driving. But where? Yes, where? Down a narrow street lined with shabby wooden houses, the 881 motor tracked, coiling like a serpent high above. Children play under the viaduct. Eyes turn to watch you as you pass. What's ahead? The Valley of Dogs, and before it a familiar dome, like a ladybug without the colours. The building has a designated parking place for your carriage. This is Precinct 41, as close as you have to home now. It's far away. Press the button labelled Headlights. The lights unfold with a little click, causing electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
Okay. As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revachol West.
There's a note of pride in the lieutenant's voice. Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. Look at the shimmering street grid. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanima's headlights. Wait, look around you. A rat brazenly darts past you and disappears amongst the stopped lorries. In the distance, a child somewhere shrieks. A woman reprimands her in a voice no quieter than the child's cry. In the middle of a broken plaza, a cone of light barely visible in the daytime, two men, one slim, the other sturdy. They are on the city stage, but only one of them knows his lines.
Ah, Martinez.
He smells the air and says, "Where are we on this?"
Let me see.
He takes the ledger for a moment, inspects it.
Right here.
His finger is near the top of the map, on a segment of coast jutting out into the great ocean. I'm sure I've seen worse.
Oh, yes. Coal City. Le Royaume. The burnt-out quarter.
All of them worse than here. Look at the perforations. There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows. Tally up the different rows. The first row has 18 dots. Not bad. Not bad for what? You don't even know what it means yet. What about the next one? The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border and then some. Count them individually. There's so many it's hard to count. More than 150 at least. Maybe even 200. What about the last row? The last row has 3 perforations. 3? That's it? That's it. Hey Kim, what do all these holes mean?
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Son, here is where we score your life performance. You better hope it's good.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
Got drunk like a megastar, or I was a hobo and lived under a boat? Wait, 18 years I've done this?
That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
Alright, I'm going to do a vote here, but if you pick anything other than 1 or 3, it's getting ignored. I'm either getting drunk like a megastar, or I'm a hobo living under a boat. Those are your choices. Deal with them. $50-50. Good shit, guys. Alright, well, we were going the superstar tack, though we are a hobo cop just as much. But we'll stay loyal to the superstar.
Yes, that does seem quite likely. Your youth coincided with some heady days for Revachol. But let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see, Wow, more than 200.
Is that a lot?
It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
See, Kim, I told you I was a superstar cop.
Call it what you want. You are a valuable member of your precinct. Now, let's look at the last row. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
Confirmed kills? That sounds pretty evil. A drink would soften that feeling.
That's not too many?
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way. There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident.
It's obvious the lieutenant doesn't think very highly of these officers.
But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
He's sincerely glad you're not a scary predator. Not to say relieved that you're competent. Have you ever killed anyone, Kim? I think I asked him that last night, but I'll ask him again.
Yes.
He declines to elaborate. How do you handle the strain?
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Like tip-top racing?
Par exemple.
Maybe I should find a hobby.
Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab. Thanks for this.
The lieutenant nods.
Alright, let's go.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
He presses a remote control on the key. And we can now see that our statistics have been added, which I'm quite happy about. We have never been boring, we have never heralded the apocalypse, but we've been very much a superstar, and we've been sorry occasionally. We are very communist, and we are nothing else politically. We have said 2 things that would suggest honor, and we have... I don't know... I never understood this line, because I'd understand if it was good cop points and bad cop points, but it appears to be both, so it doesn't make sense to me. It's weird. We've killed 3 people, solved 216 cases, and we've served 18 years. Those stats tend not to change. Well, maybe. Yeah, might be a sliding reputation thing, and I've been doing better than... I'm not going to do anything further, though, because we're coming up on the 5th hour, and I did say I was going to stop here rather than do one more, because we do have Vampire tomorrow, and... Hello. You're not a real talkable person, are you? Nope. Jesus Christ, you're having a bad day, aren't you, mate? It's 9 in the morning, dude! Okay. But, yeah, we have a long list of things. We won't be seeing karaoke for a bit, but, we need to speak to the Wild Pines rep. We need to find a ball, that's right. We need to find a ball for the guys that were playing with their balls. We need to find a way into the Whirling Secret Passage. We need my badge. We need to do the job for Everard. Basically, there's a couple directions we can go in now. There's the south. There's also up to the northwest. That way, I think. I don't know. Is my camera correct for that? No! That way! That way! That way! That way. There's that way, and then there's that way. And we'll go both next week, because we should have enough time for that. And next week we'll get the full 6 hours. But we did alright today to get to the end of day 1. Two streams per day, and what? There'll be like 12 streams of this, and then I'll finish it. That's not too bad for Disco Elysium. But I think it does speed up. The first day is the longest. Depends on what I do, really. Alright. Please join me tomorrow for Vampire the Masquerade Tabletop. I am looking forward to it. I will catch you guys in the future. That sounds more ominous than it actually is.